Morning. Start again. Afternoon. It's 12:05. Already wrong. Literally the first word. The first word of the show. And I'm already making mistakes. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a little bit of news out today. The Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust have released their summary, their analysis of the £150 million cash injection from ENIC. There's a couple of things to clarify in it around valuation from what we spoke about the other day, and also the shareholder ownership, because there's lots of conflicting information out there on the internet about who owns what at Tottenham Hotspur. On top of that, we're going to be talking a little bit about transfer news, about Bissouma. We're going to be talking about Joe Rodon, Mark Guehi, maybe a little bit more about Bastoni, about Ivan Perisic, and about our man Kostic that we'd like to see from Frankfurt. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Spurs Talk Show for all your transfer news, views, and clues. Let's get it. Oh, wrong button. Let's start again. Where are we? Here we go. Let's get it. Lovely touch from him, though. Harry Kane, Lucas Moura, can you do something, please? Last chance, Matt Doherty! Oh, you shit! There could be from the dead to the don't fuck it up now, Go win it! Let's go for chance! Stephen Bergwijn through! Win it, Stephen! Come on! Yes! He's won it! Yes, I won it! Oh my God! We did it! Welcome! I should start every show with just welcome, rather than morning, or afternoon, because when you just start the show at 12, it results in you starting your first words incorrectly. How's everybody doing? Ladies and gentlemen, this is an impromptu show. We always try and go impromptu on this channel when and where my time allows. Consequently, I haven't asked anyone to be on the show with me today. I put out the link in the chat. If anyone wants to come on and join, it's a free-for-all. You're more than welcome. Anyone and everyone. There's 23 people in the chat already. How's everybody doing? I hope you're all well. Let me start by saying, if you're new here, welcome. If you're not new here, welcome back. I hope you don't find this too discouraging, but I've decided to put on the subscriber-only mode on the comments, not because I don't want people who aren't subscribed to comment. I would just like people to subscribe, and I feel like this is a cheeky way of trying to do it. And the reason being is I was looking at the analytics on the channel last night, and 75% of people that watch the channel regularly, and even ones that come back, are not currently subscribed. So I hope that's okay. I hope that doesn't come across as anything, as any kind of malintentions there. I was just hoping this would be a better way to get people to join the conversation. It's Friday afternoon. We're not going to be going for too long. There's a little bit of news we're going to be talking about today. we are going to be talking about the Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust. They've come out with their own analysis, and I'm going to read through that for you. It's actually quite interesting if you're interested in that sort of thing, but I'm not going to spend too long on it because I know that a lot of you aren't that interested in that sort of thing. But we're going to try our best to keep it engaging. Keep it engaging. Let's find out who is in the comments, seeing as there's nobody to bring in as a guest selector yet because no one's wanting to join. But like I said, if you are interested, you're more than welcome to. First and foremost, we've got Lee from the Lane. He's saying, hello, mate. Hello, Lee. How you doing, my friend? Good to see you, buddy. I love that avatar you've got. I want to turn myself into a cartoon at one point. Let me turn my light on. It's a little bit dark. That better? Bit blinding. Anyway. Ben Coffey's in the house. Can you smell him? Something's brewing. Good afternoon, everybody. Time for some views, news, and clues. All one word. It is hashtag all one word. I didn't even say that, did I? Hashtag. If you want to find me, guys, you can find me at the Spurs Talk Show. Hashtag all one word. Spurs Talk Show. You can find me on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. I'm actually doubling down and getting more interested in the Twitter thing. I'm pulling back a little bit from the Instagram thing. And obviously, I'm taking the YouTube stuff more seriously. Fake Isaacs. I'm not sure how to say your first name. Fake. We are live, baby. We are, buddy. We are. It's good to see you, my friend. Lee's saying hello to Ben. And RAI's in the house. He's always here these days. Love you, RAI. Nice to see you, my friend. Hello, Sean. Love the intro instrument. Thanks, man. I spent a couple of hours making that a wee while ago. I need to update it now, though, because it's season 2. Season 2 is starting shortly. And I've got a funny feeling that Steve Bergwijn's not going to be a part of the squad anymore. And maybe therefore I can leave him in picture format when we reflect on all of the things that have happened over the years of being a Tottenham fan. But I'm not sure if it's going to be relevant, that commentary clip. Not sure it's going to be relevant going forward. I have to find a different way to do it. Maybe I'll get some clips from the Arsenal game or something. Kutlono, Pena. What a name. It's good to see you again, buddy. How you doing, my friend? Scrumpy Cousins is in the house. I know he doesn't even like Scrumpy, but he continues and perseveres with the nickname. Bit of a sadomasochist, I feel. Clement's in the house. Big up, lads. Big up, my friend. How you doing? John Fitzpatrick's in the house, is in the house saying, big up, Sean, bro. Hope you're well, mate. Hope you're well. We are all well, says Clement. Lee from the Lane. Fair enough. If people want to engage, they should subscribe. It's free. It's not, but that's not really the reason I'm doing it. It's just because of I'm more than happy for people just to watch the content anyway. I just thought it would be a nice way to kind of close the gap. 75, 3 and 4 people that watch are unsubscribed. I'm not trying to be greedy or anything. It was just more of, okay, let's try and get the community to engage. But I hope you're all taking it in the way it's intended. Chris Agomba's in the house. Afternoon, Shawnee boy. Afternoon, Chris. Hope you're well, mate. Hope you're well, buddy. JTG, just the Tottenham guy. Haven't seen you around for a while, buddy. How's things? How's the new baby? I'm guessing that's why you haven't been around. You had a lovely little daughter, I believe. What was that, about a month ago now? I haven't spoken to you since, mate. I hope you're well, buddy. I hope fatherhood for I think it's the 3rd time. I'm not sure. Fill me in if I'm wrong on that one. But I hope it's working out for you, buddy. I hope you're okay. If you want to come on, same goes to anybody else. The link's at the top. It's pinned at the top. So you can come on and we'll go through some of the stuff that I'm going to talk about today. Because it's not all going to be about Tottenham, actually. It's all going to be related to Tottenham indirectly. Fucking hell, I'm sweating. Got to stop. Got to do some exercise. It's going to be a little bit more about, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit concerned, guys. I'm a little bit concerned with on one hand, I understand it, the season finished not even a week ago, 5-6 days ago, the season finished. And so it's completely reasonable to think, okay, we're still getting our plans together, blah, 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 blah. And that Conte's gone on holiday with Paratici, and we can talk about why Daniel Levy was invited and then uninvited and what that means. I find that quite funny, actually. And then, Harry Kane's over in America. So everyone's on their break, right? Everyone's on their break. That's fair enough, is it? Well, you know what? Other teams aren't. Other teams are making waves. Teams like Aston Villa, they are making waves. They had an amazing January transfer window, signing 3 or 4 different players that were all added straight into the first team mix. And look, it didn't end up too great for them in the season. I think they finished, 14th, 15th, something like that. So it wasn't a fantastic season, but you can tell they're trying to build a project there under Steven Gerrard. And they've started this summer transfer window, and they've already confirmed two monster signings in Diego Carlos and Bakary Camara. I'm not sure. I'm terrible with names, but that's statement signings, and they've been confirmed, but they haven't even, like, the window's not even open. That also gives me a little bit of an insight into how desirable Newcastle is as a destination, because Newcastle were after both of those players, and those players chose Aston Villa over them. And I've actually got, have I still got the tweet here? I was going to spend a couple of seconds talking about this because I'm talking about it now before we get back to saying hello to people in the chat. Diego Carlos leaving for Aston Villa tells us, it's a really interesting comment here from a guy called Jav Salazar, who's got quite a big following over in Spain. I think he's a journalist over there. He says it's more lucrative to fight for relegation in the Premier League than it is to fight for top four in Spain. The marketing around strictly Barcelona and Madrid has failed. 18 other clubs suffer. It's time to reform. We don't necessarily talk too much about Spanish football on this channel. Maybe we can. Maybe we can in the future. Maybe we should expand our content narratives and talk about the effects of the Premier League and the effects of money in football and what it means. Diego Carlos giving up Champions League football to come and play for Aston Villa. He's right what that guy says. He's absolutely right. It's weird. Is it because the Spanish authorities have marketed Real Madrid and Barcelona, and so everybody else is getting the short end of the stick? Or is it just because money talks and that somehow Steven Gerrard has created a project and a narrative that is enticing to these players? But either way, what a player. What a player. Diego Carlos really is an absolute beast of a centre-back, somebody that I wouldn't have minded at Tottenham. And yet he's decided to go there already. So we're going to get to that. I've already talked about it, really, but we're going to expand on it in a second. Ben saying to Lee, what's up, Lee? Lee on M96 is in the house. He's saying, afternoon, Sean. I've seen we're now the favourites to sign Perisic on Sky Bet at 10 to 11. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I saw the odds. The odds collapsed in yesterday, Leon, from I think it was 6 to 1. I've got the notes. Where's my notes? Oh, I'll be too far back in a WhatsApp group. I think we were 6 to 1 to sign him like 36 hours ago, and then it went into 4 to 1, and then it went into 2 to 1, and then it went to 6 to 4, which is the equivalent of 1.5 to 1, and then it went to evens. I didn't see that we're now odds-on favourite. I mean, we'll talk about that in a second as well, because a lot of people are thinking, well, do you want Kostic or do you want Perisic to play on the left-sided wing-back? For me, I think you could make a very strong case to sign both of them. One of them's on a free transfer, Perisic. If he turns down his contract renewal from Inter, they're presenting him with like a last chance contract, I think today or this week at some point, or over the weekend at some point. And if he turns that down, then it looks increasingly likely that he'll come on a free transfer to Tottenham. Now, he'll get a decent bump up in salary. I'm sure it'll be a big payday for him. But I worry a little bit about whether or not, if you were to assume that Reguilón is going to leave, then are we putting a little bit too much pressure on the shoulders of a 33-year-old when we have the only other option at left wing back is an injury-prone Sessegnon, who can go 3 or 4, 5, 6 games, but then he could be out for 2 months, be out for a month. And if next season we're hoping to compete in the Premier League and in 3 different trophies that are exhausting, it's a 60-game season potentially, then are we running are we thinking clearly about maybe having just Perisic at 33 and just Sessegnon at 23 or however old he is, but with the injury-prone hamstring that he has? And that hamstring, as you know, once it goes once, it always goes. Look at Michael Owen as the perfect example. And so, I don't know. For me, I think you could make the argument that you sign Kostic and Perisic. I love Kostic. Kostic can play. They're both very versatile utility players. Kostic can play left wing back. He could play left side of a 3 in midfield. He could play left wing forward. You could even make the argument, and people have on Twitter, that he could play as a sort of second striker, right? Even though it sounds a bit crazy, but he's that talented, and that's all covering down the left side of midfield. But Perisic can play left-sided wing-back. He could also play on the right because he's done that before many times for Inter, and he does have 2 feet kind of equal strength. So for me, I think it's great to have players that are adaptable and a bit dynamic in their positioning, and it'd be great to have both of them. I think they both bring a wealth of experience. Kostic is only 28. He's got the longevity. Perisic doesn't. Perisic has probably only got a year or a season or two left in him, but the wealth of experience he brings, plus, like I say, the versatility in his positioning, would mean that you could have him. You could go and sign Jed Spence at right wing back, but because of his age and his nationality, Jed Spence could technically be put into the under-23 squad and still play for the first team, or you could leave him in the first team because he's an English. He counts as one of the homegrown talents if we're going to get rid of Harry Winks, which, believe it or not, there is a never-ending stream of suitors, according to the press, for Harry Winks, and we're going to talk about that as well. I'm running through some of my talking points before I've even got through the hellos and how's everybody doing. This is the problem when I don't have guests. I don't have a structure. It's just left to me to ramble. As I say, once again, if anyone wants to jump on, you can. Find the link at the top. Bertie Hotspur saying, big up, Sean. Happy days. Happy days to see you as well, Bertie Hotspur. Lee from the Lane saying, I pray for Bastoni. Well, we're going to talk about that as well, but I'm not going to talk about it just yet. I'm going to wait until I've got through everything. Celery Agent's in the house saying, talkies! Do you know what, Celery Agent? Where is it? I went out this morning with my gimbal thing and the holding device, and I tried to do all this. I went out for an hour. Oh, shit! I went out for an hour walk with Bugsy, and I had the thing out and I was talking. And because it's a lovely day, and I guess it's Friday, so people are having a day off work, there were just people everywhere, and everyone was looking at me. Every time I went around the corner, there would be more people looking at me, and I was like, for God's sake. So I kept starting, and Bugsy was being mischievous and stuff. So I didn't get a chance to really get a free-flowing one-take video. So I ended up going, screw this. I'm going to come home, and I'm going to go live at midday and talk to you guys in this format instead today. So bear with me. Lee from the Lane. I'm not religious, but I'm still pray 100%. Eddie Ryan's in the house. First time I watched you, you sound like a passionate Spurs fan like me. There you go, mate. I appreciate you stopping by. And I am a passionate Spurs fan, mate. I am a very passionate Spurs fan, and I appreciate you stopping by, Eddie. Hopefully you'll come back again, my friend. Lee's saying, this is exactly what I'm saying, but I will say they overspend to get these targets. It's why they go to Villa. Well, yeah, we don't know. It's undisclosed fee, right, for Carlos. But I think people are suggesting it's about 45 million euros. So, look, it's not break the bank stuff. Aston Villa have got a lot of money. Excuse me, dribbling. And yeah, it's one of those. They've got a lot of money to spend, and I think because it's relatively new investment money. They've still got to make ends meet. They've still got to hit their FFP. So you could look at Aston Villa spending. I don't know how much they were paying. I know they got Coutinho relatively cheaply, or was it a free transfer? I forget, but they paid quite a bit of money for the other players they signed in January. So you could make an argument that they this season they need to see progress, right? This season they need to make a push for the Europa League stuff, get up into the top half of the table. Otherwise, if it's at the moment it looks really positive, and I'm not going to say anything other than that. But there's every chance. You look at Everton over the last 5-6 years, and at times you looked at them and thought, oh, this looks positive. They're really having a crack. And Everton, by the skin of their teeth, stayed up. And had they gone down, we'll never know now. But had they gone down, I was talking with Ben actually about this many times on this channel, when on Tottenham Tantrum Gold during the season, and on Irish Hotspur. You know how I feel. Look at running the rule over the finances. Is if Everton had gone down, even with the parachute payments, they were absolutely fucked, like 100%. I don't know how they would have made ends meet. A little bit like Inter Milan, actually. Inter Milan released a statement saying that they need to finish the summer with a £60 million surplus. And they still want to sign Gleison Bremer. And that's why they're waiting for Tottenham. You know what? I'm not going to jump ahead. We're going to get to that. But there's a lot of clubs at the moment that have got money, like Tottenham. We've got money. We can push on. There's a lot of clubs that are trying to spend money to push on, so they're not going to get left behind by other teams that are coming up or by the gap just widening between the haves and the have-nots. And then there's other clubs that you look at that are on the tail end of failure from overspend or from the effects of COVID, like Inter, like Seville, like Barcelona, until they got bailed out by the government and by their investors, for the umpteenth time. So it's a very interesting dynamic with the finances and how things are going to flow. And I think this summer is going to be a fascinating one. Brian Maguire's in the house. Hello, Brian. He's saying, any word on Bastoni? Only what we heard yesterday, that I'm going to come to that they are waiting for Tottenham to bid. And if we bid I think it's 54 million, then we're hopefully going to get the deal wrapped up. We are the favourites on the betting market, although we're not it's not close favourites. I think it's like 3-1 or something, but I think we are the favourites to sign them ahead of Manchester United and ahead of, I think, Bayern Munich as well. We're looking at him, but I don't know where Bayern Munich are going to get the money from for that. That's another club, Bayern Munich, another club that are going through financial difficulties. It's fascinating. It's really, really fascinating. If you like finance, like I do, and you want to get into that stuff, we should talk about that stuff more, I think, but I don't know how many people are really interested in it to the level that I am. Ben Kaufman saying, I'd rather have Kostic, but Perisic as Conte's back, so the boss is probably showing him a bit of loyalty. 100%, mate. Like I say, I'd rather have both. I'd like to see Kostic start on the right. I'd like to see Perisic. He could play on the right. Kostic start on the left. I'd like to see Perisic maybe start on the right. Because I'm not like, everyone's like, writing down that Jed Spence he's a done deal. 99. I think there was quotes saying he's 99%. It's done. Well, that might be the case, but I was looking at Nottingham Forest. I went on to Nottingham Forest and Middlesbrough Twitter strings, threads, whatever you call them. And a lot of the Middlesbrough fans were like, 20 million. Like, okay, see you later. A lot of the Nottingham Forest players were like, a lot of the Nottingham Forest fans were saying, like, he was all right. He didn't do it every week. He didn't do it week in, week out. So I don't know. I don't know if this is for me, Jed Spence. It makes sense. Like, if it's cheap and it's young and you can put him in the under 23s and then you can add an extra man to your 25-man squad and you can keep, because you're losing Harry Winks probably for the homegrown talent, so you can put Jed Spence into the pool. Like, it does make sense from that position. But in terms of, like, are we not learning from this, like, go after them young and then there'll be one for the future? I don't know. We'll talk about it. Derek Hutchins in the house saying, good afternoon, Sean. Good afternoon, Deza. How you doing, mate? Del boy. Hope you're well, bud, my friend. Yeah, Ben Conte wants both of them, 100%, mate. I don't know if I was saying that before you or after you. I think he wants both. I'd love it if we got both. Big Boss Man's in the house saying, woo! What's crack-a-lacking, buddy? Hope you're well. Jay Keaveney. Keaveney? I think that's how you say it. Nice to see you, my friend. Ndombele and Winks to Inter. I don't know about that. I think Ndombele's the problem, the itch that we can't seem to scratch. But Harry Winks has got a never-ending string of suitors, according to what I've seen. I'm going to talk about that in a minute as well. Good to see you, mate. I haven't seen you before, by the way, Jay. I hope you. If you are new here, thanks, man, and welcome. Lee from the Lane, Big Boss. You should change your name to Ric Flair. That's his phrase. Yeah, yeah. Nature boy. Jeffrey Miller. I have a question. Were you the one to sing "North London Is Ours" in the video? I didn't sing "North London Is Ours." I sang. I made up my own song. I made up my own song to the tune of "Allez, Allez, Allez," Jeffrey Miller, and it was about us, about Arsenal. Arsenal thought they'd won it, and they hadn't played the tune. And about Ben White. If that's the video you're talking about, yeah, it's in my channel. It's in the content feed. But I didn't sing a song about North London Is Ours, no. But thanks for stopping by, Jeff. Toffee 20's in the house saying, Coys, what's happening, Toffee? How you doing, my friend? CD's in the house. For the first time, I feel very confident that deals for good players will happen. I expect trophies and title challenges over the next 2 seasons. So do I, my friend. So do I. Luke is in the house. Hi all. Hi Luke. How you doing, my friend? Jim Bird's in the house. Was crack-a-lacking, Jimmy boy. I just don't want these deals to drag on for weeks. Mate, this is it. Same here. This is what I'm getting a little bit frustrated by. I don't know if I'm being impatient. I don't know if we're all being impatient. Anyone that feels the way that you and I do, you know, it was 5 days since the last ball was kicked. 5 days. You know, are they entitled to a break? Yes, they are. But also, I don't know. It's just a little bit annoying to me that things haven't kicked on a little bit when you're seeing it elsewhere. The man in the background, please stay there for 1 second. I'm just going to finish the comments and I'll bring you in and I'll do the guest the guest selector. We get the ball rolling with targets, then other teams catch on and snatch them. Yeah, you might be referring to the Luis Diaz thing there. I think the Luis Diaz thing was always dead on arrival, if I'm honest. Liverpool wanted him and they were never going to let him go. Eddie Ryan, Villa spent a few bob last season as well. Has spent about 20 million and got the top 4. Yeah. Oh, as well, we spent about 20 million and got top 4. Says a lot about Conte. It really does, man. It really does. Kev Williams in the house. Hi, Sean. You okay, buddy? Question: how many players can you see coming in with 150 we have to spend? I think we have more than 150 to spend, to be honest, Kev. I think the 150 that's coming in, and we are going to go through that Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust in just a minute. I think the 150 we have coming in, I think that has to be spent this summer or by September the 1st, essentially. And then if not by then the whatever's left over can be spent on infrastructure or whatever else they want to do within the club. But by January the 1st, if it hasn't been, whatever hasn't been spent, it goes. But I do think we'll see a lot of it being spent. Obviously, though, you have to remember that it's 150 million quid, like for whatever transfer. If you're paying 50 million for an Endon Bele or whoever over 5 years, and the guy's getting 10 million a season, then basically whatever the transfer value is, you can kind of double it to equate the total transfer cost over a specific period of time. But I do think we can raise probably about 120 million from certain player sales if we're savvy. And I think there's also probably other money to spend when Daniel Levy, because this money was already planned, right? This money wasn't dependent on finishing top 4. So they would have factored in like the forecasting of what happens if we finish 5th. Well, that means that we're only going to make 6 million or 5 million quid immediately from qualifying for the Europa League group stages, versus now we get 16 million quid immediately from qualifying for the Champions League stages. Every single victory in the Champions League, but the difference between a draw and a victory is something like 1.5 million quid just on a Wednesday night, right? Plus you've got all the additional, you know, you're going to have sellouts for those games, right? Whereas Europa League against some team from Slovenia, you probably wouldn't. So they can guarantee they're going to make 2.5 million quid in match day revenues versus maybe only 1 million quid if we're in the Europa League. All of these things, if Daniel Levy's a savvy accountant, and of course he very much is, then they're going to have that pool A versus pool B. What would have happened if this? What would have happened if that? And given that we've made it into the Champions League, even if we do badly in the Champions League and we finish 3rd and drop into the knockout stages of the Europa League, we've still got the chance to benefit from victories and from all that additional revenue that can come in. Plus, I think if you go deep into the tournament, you make about 80 million, or you can make up to 75 to 80 million, I think, from media spend, from BT Sports and from the other, you know, global companies around the world that will be paying that money towards UEFA that gets distributed out towards the teams based on their how many shows how many times they're shown, and also the coefficiency of their points, their history in Europe. And ours is pretty good, even though I think it actually is. Our coefficient is pretty strong relative to a lot of the teams in the Champions League. Well, we can talk about that in more detail, Kev, but I don't know if that's kind of gone some way to start. I would imagine that if we can sell some players, I would imagine that we could probably go as far as to spend 260, 270 million. So for me, knowing that Conte has never needed that amount of money, I think there is essentially enough money to go and get busy, go and get it done, which is why I don't want to see us fucking nickeling and diming for Bastoni. If they want 51 or 54 million euros, which is what, 50 million quid, 48 million quid, just pay it, do it, structure it however you want, but agree to the ultimate term that will pay that guy his money. And then if we make that transfer easy, that allows them to go and get Gleison Bremer. Then they don't have to sell Lautaro Martinez to stay afloat. And then it makes it more easier for us to go and get Perisic or someone like that. You know, sometimes if you if you oil the kind of cogs a little bit and make transfers easy, then you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours kind of mentality. And that's how I see it. I'm sorry, buddy, in the back. I'm bringing you in 2 seconds. Just give me 2 seconds. I know what, I'm going to do it now. I'm going to do it now because he's been waiting patiently. No, Jason, we've got a guest. We've got a guest. We're going to get the guest selector up. Who could it be?
All right, next contestant, spin the wheel again, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, this man, I don't even think he's got I didn't see his face in the guest selector. I need to update it. Please make this man very welcome. I think he's just finished what we would call paternity leave. And I'm going to see how he's doing. He must be tired. Tired man. Welcome back to the show, Josh the Tottenham guy.
Saturday, mate. You all right?
I'm good, mate. You look well. You look really well.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've taken some time out, mate. Not necessarily for parental reasons, although that's played a massive factor in it all. I think
you lost some weight as well?
I have, yeah, I have. I've lost a fair bit, mate. I've lost about 1.5 stone. So
that's amazing, man. You look fantastic. You've got a bit of a tan as well. You got your face out.
Yeah, I've been working, mate. Been working hard. I've been working over at Wembley the past couple of weeks. So
nice. How's fatherhood? For the third time?
Fourth time. Yeah. No, it's going well, mate. It's going well. She's a month old already. It's crazy.
Time flies.
It does. Yeah.
All right, mate. Stay there for 1 second. I'm just going to finish up. Let me get rid of these naked girl people. How do I block you? Block you. See you later. Let me just finish up wherever I got to, saying a load of people, and then we'll get you in into the conversation. So actually, as we go through, we'll talk together because actually, I would have put off the Tottenham Hotspur supporters trust thing. It's a little bit boring. Where did I get to? Lee from the Lane is saying, I just hope we don't get hijacked. Seems to be the thing at the moment. We get the ball rolling with targets, then other teams catch on and snatch them. Oh, we've done that one already. We've done that. Kev Williams. Derek Smith's in the house, and I thought my surname was common, and it turns out it's my forename. Yeah, Del Boy too. Good to see you, buddy. What is that in the your icon? What's your
Plymouth Argyle?
Plymouth Argyle. Wow, are you a Tottenham fan as well as a Plymouth fan, Derek, or just
a lot of them are, man. A lot of them down south do support Tottenham.
Is that what was that then? Do you think?
I ain't got a clue. It's like a lot of. I think it goes for the same with Ireland. Like, there's just a reason that there's a lot of Tottenham fans over in Ireland. It's just down south. There seems to be quite a big following down there as well.
Nice. Shoot with Dre's in the house saying utter legend. Not sure if that's referring to Tottenham. To Josh, to me, or to anyone else in the comments. But good to see you, my friend. Good to see you, buddy. Jeffrey Miller's in the house. Yes, that's the video. Thanks. He enjoyed it. Oh, nice one, man. I appreciate that. It was just a bit of fun. But yeah, it seems to go around quite well. Loves music. Oi, come on, you Spurs. Good afternoon, buddy. Good to see you. Let me just scoot through this because I want to get through. Who else haven't said hello to yet? Born to Lose. Afternoon, Sean. And to all of life's chosen people in the chat. Good afternoon, Mr. Born to Lose. Hope you're well. Graham's in the chat. How you doing, Graham? Good to see you, my friend. Bobby K's in the chat. What's crack-a-lacking, Bobby? Moan Joe is in the chat saying, can they sign anyone officially until the window opens in 2 weeks? They can't sign them, but I think they can announce. I mean, Aston Villa announced it yesterday. So
as long as the deal's if the deal's as good as done, I think they're allowed to announce it. It's like Haaland hasn't been announced, but I think they're waiting to do a massive unveiling for him. Or they're just trying to keep Man City. But some of these deals are already done. Some of the big ones will be kept under lock and key until pre-contractual agreements. Like there's a lot of them going around at the moment. It seems to be the way that people do business now.
Just for what it's worth, this is the other thing I didn't realise. I had no idea that the River Plate striker Julian Alvarez, the monster who bangs them in. He scored 6 goals on what day are we today? On Wednesday night in one of their European games. Or one of their, he's played for Man City.
Yeah,
I didn't realise Man City
bought him in January.
Yeah, I didn't know that. They bought him, loaned him back, and now he's coming. So Man City have gone from having no strikers to having two of the best up and coming strikers in the world.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. As if it wasn't hard enough. Anthony Gray's in the house. Hey, Anthony, how you doing, my friend? Saying hoping for good things this summer. Transfer window. Got to give them a chance. 100% we do. Loves music. Surely it's 150 million plus the budget. Yeah, I think that's going to get into it. But we do have to remember that we do owe 40 million quid net on short-term trading liabilities, which that has to be paid this summer, like 40 million. It's not like that's not structured over. That's previous structured sales that we owe the residuals on this summer. So I think that's why one of the reasons why this was announced early is because if people weren't aware of that, then people would have been really pissed off had the budget already been spent on players like, Davinson Sanchez residual or, Højbjerg or whatever. Let me admin say your magic, Lol. I'm not sure.
Probably open do your magic. It's probably about those girls that you get.
Yeah. Has anyone ever clicked on one of those things, by the way?
I don't think anyone has.
Who else haven't said hello to yet? Big news on Conte. Is there more news on Conte?
If he hasn't signed a contract extension, it ain't big news.
Yeah, I better get my Twitter feed up just on the left-hand side of the screen so I can make sure I'm aware of whatever's going on. Where did I get to? Last but by no means least, Bobby K's in the house. I always said hello to you. Celery agent, Derek Smith, Mark Scrumpy. There's something funny in the water down here. That's why we're Spurs fans. 100%. Toffee, Croyd Bay, Devon, Great Wave. Kai Bakes in the house. Just watched the Harry Kane on Jimmy Fallon. It was surreal but fun. You know what? Like, as much as I love Harry Kane, this is not a dig at anyone who might have a speech impediment or whatever. But it's just I find it awkward listening to him doing it, putting out the kind of wave for England on American TV. He doesn't have like a really great personality for TV. He's got a great personality for football, but not the greatest personality for TV. Josh, what are your thoughts?
I haven't watched it. I tend not to listen to his interviews. He likes to repeat the word obviously a lot.
Yeah, which is obvious.
Yeah. I tend not to watch his interviews. I haven't seen him do extensive like interviews and anything like that. But his post match stuff, I don't watch it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm the same. Right, ladies and gentlemen, where do you want to start with? Let's you know what? Fuck the Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust. I'll cover that up. You know what? I'll just do it really quickly. I'll do it really, really quickly. Okay. In a nutshell, here's where I made a mistake, and you have to forgive me. When I was doing my thing the other day, I was under the impression, because there's a load of people, like conflicting news on the internet about what the actual ownership of Tottenham is, and I was under the impression that it was. In some places, you see that there's like about 15% minority shareholders that didn't sell their shares when the company got delisted from the AIM market in London. But in other places, it says that ENIC own 86% and Daniel Levy and his family own 14%. What I now know to be true is that of the 86% that ENIC own, Daniel Levy owns and his family own 27% of that 86%. So the other 14% is minority shareholders. Now, the dilution, therefore, when the valuation of the shares, just for what it's worth, in this supporters trust thing, it basically goes through all of the different ownership model and the amount of shares in issue. They overcomplicate it. This 150 million values the company, values the club at £7.5 billion. But the people that have been diluted by that 2% are the small shareholders, but the small shareholders, if they wanted to sell their shares now, could sell it for a £7.5 billion valuation rather than what it was before, which was a £4 billion valuation. So I think it doesn't really change anything, but I just wanted to kind of to let everybody know I did make a slight mistake when I was talking about the ownership model, but it doesn't change anything. If you want to buy shares in Tottenham, you still can, but you have to go through this random off-market exchange, which I wouldn't touch with a barge pole. And lastly, they're giving their consent, saying, based on the publicly available information, we consider the equity raised by ENIC. It does not unduly disadvantage the minority shareholders, many of whom will welcome the expected investment in the team. We reiterate, however, our general desire that channels should be open for Tottenham fans to become shareholders in the club, and that their collective holding in the club should be increasing, not decreasing. But in a nutshell, the Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust are in favour. They're in support of the 150 million quid investment. And yeah, Tottenham's essential valuation now, market valuation based on this information, is £7.5 billion, which is insane. Absolutely insane. Right. Do you want to start with Harry Winks, Josh?
I've seen so many speculated rumours where he's going to be leaving for 25, 30 million. Where people are getting this figure from, I have absolutely no idea. No ITK has tweeted that Harry Winks is on his way out of Spurs. It probably will happen, but I don't think for the figure that they're talking about. He's not a Premier League player. If he's going to go, he'll go for something silly like 6, 7, maybe anything up to 10 million to like a Championship level team. Someone like a Burnley who have just been relegated. Although Burnley have got to pay back this £60 million loan that they're now having to let go of players, but I think they're going to let go of some of the big names and probably bring in some names that are not necessarily as big and they can get on a smaller fee. So Harry Winks could be one of those guys. But there's talks of him going to like Inter Milan. I've seen him going to the MLS. Like where people are getting these rumours from, I have absolutely no idea. But as long as he leaves, I don't care where he goes.
How much money would you take for him though? Or what's
again? I'm not really that fussy. We haven't
exactly 10 million for him.
On it. Yeah, we haven't exactly spent anything on him. He's a homegrown player. He come through the Tottenham Academy. He's not as if we're making a loss on him. Just sell him on, get rid.
Right, but the counter argument to that is without him, we would be short of homegrown players.
That's why we buy. That's why we buy another homegrown player.
You go and buy Jed Spence, but you're going to pay an English tax on a Jed Spence, right? You're going to pay an English tax on a James Ward-Prowse. You're going to pay. I mean, James Ward-Prowse. We can talk about him as well. Like some people, Paul Parker. Oh, let me finish the Harry Winks point. The reason why it is important to have a valuation on him is because whatever you're going to get from him, you have to factor in an English tax because that English tax is going to be an inflationary asset on whoever you bring in to replace him, right? Which is why I'd be surprised if we got Jed Spence for 15 million quid, which is what's been touted.
Yeah, again, if Forest don't come up, so if Forest come up to the Premier League, Jed Spence ain't going anywhere. I've got in my mind that Jed Spence will sign for Nottingham on a permanent transfer. He is liked. I know you said you saw some of the Nottingham Forest Twitter and they weren't exactly singing his praises. He is loved at that club.
Is he? Okay.
He is. I've got a few Nottingham Forest fans and they said that he's fantastic. Like he's a breath of fresh air that Nottingham Forest needed. So I personally believe if Nottingham Forest secure promotion to the Premier League, he will sign on a permanent transfer to Nottingham Forest. And you're probably looking at anything between the 12 to 15 million pound mark.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. I mean, look, I don't mind him coming in. I guess this is where we can expand the conversation because, like I was saying in the intro thing, right? I personally, and I'd love to know what everyone in the chat thinks as well as you, Josh, as well. But I personally think that, well, before I ask I'm going to ask you a question before I give my opinion. What are your thoughts on Emerson Royale right now?
Hit and miss, very, very hit and miss. The majority of the season, he hasn't done anything. The last 4 or 5 games of the season, he was absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Now I don't
man of the match at Liverpool, right?
No, exactly. I don't know whether or not that's down to him playing for the occasion rather than the game, which isn't what we want. We want him playing for the game and not the occasion.
Correct.
Or whether it's Antonio Conte's finally managed to get through, or maybe it's because Emerson Royale's getting consistent football in a position that he's comfortable with.
Yeah,
Matt
more time
to
learn, right? More time to learn. He wasn't brought as a right wing back, so
Matt Doherty's out. We don't. I mean, he'll be back for the beginning of the season. But Matt Doherty's had how many years? 3 years to do something now, and he hasn't done that. If Emerson Royale can prove himself in pre-season training to be that person, there's no harm in getting another right back in. Like there's no harm in getting another right wing back in. Absolutely not. But if Emerson Royale can prove himself to be that number one person for that role, then there's no reason why we shouldn't keep him.
And if you were to say of the two, Doherty, and let's presume that Conte wants, because you have to factor in the 25 man. I'm so like scatterbrain today.
Yeah.
But if we got 25-man squad, that essentially allows for 2 players in every position, a third goalkeeper just in case, and then 2 wild cards, right? That you can go anywhere you want with. Unless you bring in someone who is a potential first-team player, but who can be technically registered in the under-23 squad, which is what like a Jed Spence could be, or you could drop Oliver Skip back down technically into the under-23 squad. And I think that you might be able to do it with Sessegnon. You might be able to do it with Kulusevski technically. I'm not entirely sure of the rules on that, but essentially, if you need 25 people to be registered in your first-team squad, 17 of which can be foreign players, the other 8 have to be homegrown, as far as I understand it. Then, do you want one of those 2 25-man additional options? Put all the other nonsense to one side to be a right wing back, because if you want to bring in somebody other than Jed Spence, if you want to bring in a Dumfries or somebody that's like someone that can fit straight in there, then would you rather get rid of Doherty or Emerson?
I'd rather get rid of Doherty.
Oh, interesting.
The reason being is Doherty's had, like I said, he's had 3 years to do something at Tottenham. He's only recently started to find his form. But let's take into consideration as well is he isn't exactly a spring chicken. He's not as young as what people think he is.
He's 28, 29?
He's 28, 29, something like that.
Yeah.
I know he's nearly 30 years old. Emerson Royal's what, 24? That guy has
23.
He's 23. So he's got at least 7 years in him at the top level. And he wouldn't have even peaked yet. They say on average that a Premier League player peaks anything between 27 and 28 years old.
Yeah.
If this is Matt Doherty's peak, then I dread to think.
Well, the thing about Matt Doherty, actually, you know what? I'm going to bring in someone else who wants to come in and say hello. So bring in and expand the conversation, and then I'll tell you my thoughts on this one. It's interesting because I didn't think we were going to be talking about the right wing back, but it's actually quite a cool. This is quite a good conversation, I think. Let's find out who's at the door.
All right, next contestant, spin the wheel again, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the show. He's up early. He's up very early this morning. He's over from all the way from Canada.
Brian Daigle.
No, it's not Brian Daigle.
Is it not?
It's one of Brian Daigle's best mates, though. He's one of the 3 Spurs boys. I think the other 2 Spurs boys are still in bed or maybe brushing their teeth, waiting for their daddy to take them to school. Please welcome to the show, Bobby K.
Good morning, and good friggin' morning, boys. What's happening, John?
I am loving that shirt, bro.
That is retro.
I thought, you know what? I was gonna go, and I thought I got to think about the last time I was this excited about a summer window coming, and I was pumped up, ready, and looking forward to the future, and anticipating. I felt like a kid before Christmas that big things are coming. So I remembered last time. And the last time I remember feeling that good was in this kit. So I thought, let me brush the dust off it, get the kids off to school, feed them. And that's it, man. I thought, let me join these legends. Josh, I haven't seen you in God knows how long, buddy. How you doing? How's the baby, bro?
Yeah, we're good. Baby's doing well.
Yeah.
Winter's had her 1 year jabs today, so she's a little bit worse for wear at the moment. She's currently asleep next to me here.
Oh, nice.
So
nice.
Good reason to just hang out and chill.
So you've got a 1-year-old and a 1-month-year-old.
Yeah, man. I had 2 under 1 at one point. I had 2 under 1 at one point.
That's insane.
Wow. Yeah.
Look at you stallion.
Stupid, insane. There's quite a few words that could be used.
It's. I think it's safe to say though, my first opportunity, I'm going to the doctors and I'm getting a vasectomy done.
Are you? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
First thing I did, I still ended up with 3 kids somehow.
Oh, really?
I don't want any more.
No,
I don't want any more.
I haven't got any, and I'd go and get a vasectomy because I don't want any. But you have to have a love life for that to be a relevant factor. So.
You do?
Anyway.
Oh.
Yeah, apparently so. Well, at least a sex life, maybe not a love life, but a sex life. How about that?
At least I know I've done it twice.
Big difference. Okay, let me just say to a few more people on your bike. Scott, my first member of the channel. Big up, my friend. Southampton and Newcastle are looking at Winks. They are indeed. And this is what we're going to talk about that as well in a short moment. John North is in the house. John North, I haven't heard your name before. I would remember that. It's a really nice name. 5 million.
I'm up north, Canada.
5 5 million is all you would take for Harry Winks. That's the minimum you take. That's interesting. Who else I haven't said hello to yet?
We're going to talk about that, right?
Well, we're talking about it now. No, wait. So we're going to come back to Harry Winks. We're going to come back to Harry Winks. We were talking about, before you came on, we were just talking about the right wing back role, right? So for me, I'll be honest, I don't fully understand.
I thought Josh saying that I was listening in. I was just getting their brekkie ready and getting them ready for school, right? So I was listening in. I heard you guys. So basically, you're on the fences. Basically, you'd rather get somebody else in still.
I would rather. I don't think that Emerson, nor Doherty, nor Jed Spence. For me, neither of them excite me as first choice right wing backs.
Spence, really? Okay.
Well, I don't think so, right? If you're a championship level player that your mother team, your championship level mother team didn't necessarily want, like, I don't know. He might be good. He might be a good player. I don't know. I know that Dave, the Irish Hotspur, and Jack, and a few other people think he's mustard and he's got all the potential in the world. But I want to see us next season. I want to see us have a team full of. I don't want maybes. I want to see a terrifying first 11. And for me,
this is what you'll get with Conte, though. This is what you get with Conte. When you sit here and say we've got Champions League football for a Champions League squad, you don't think of the likes of Jed Spence. You don't. It's not a thing. You don't think of youngsters. You think of Conte. You think of the experienced players that he hunts for. You look for the players that he. It's a Conte system, and if Conte wants a player, we have to back it.
Yeah,
and if he wants Jed Spence, of course, I'm up for it, right? But
we also have to worry about that homegrown thing too, right? That's a factor in all of this too.
But
right?
like, if the answer to every transfer speculation is, as a content creator, if the answer is if Conte wants, Conte gets, then it doesn't leave much room for discussion, right? So to
be fair. There are a couple of questions that I do throw out, and this Ivan Perisic one does bother me a little bit.
Why?
Negatively?
It does because he's got experience. He's played under Conte before, but this is the Premier League. This guy's 33 years old. This is the Premier League. It's not a slow style of football. Let's face it. He's not a spring chicken. Is he going to cut it? Is he going to cut it? I don't think he will.
I think he's more than good enough.
I think he's good enough to at least be a squad player.
Well, he got the most man of the matches in Inter Milan last season, right? He played the entire season, so his fitness is. What's that? Sorry, Bobby.
Sorry, no. I just don't want to cut you off there. So I was just going to ask, where has he played other than Inter? I know he played in Germany before.
I don't know about his history, actually, off the top of my head. But all I would say that I share Josh's worry a little bit. If we don't bring in Kostic, I mentioned this at the start of the show. If we don't bring in Kostic and we go for Perisic, and then we get rid of Reguilon, and if we only have two left wing back options of Perisic and Sessegnon, for me, I'd be worried about the fitness of both of them, because to ask Perisic to play 55 games in a season, should Sessegnon's hamstring go, which it will at some point next season, he'll be out injured once again with his hamstring. How long he's out for, who knows? But once your hamstring goes, it's never the same. He's been out. He spent most of his first season at Tottenham injured. When he went to Germany, he was injured a lot of the time. At Fulham, he was injured a lot of the time. He spent a lot of time injured this season. When he comes in, he plays very well, but he's not a reliable player. So for me, I feel like you need to have either just a Kostic who hasn't got any injury issues, and he's young enough to be able to have the stamina and the longevity. Perisic, I'd be worried about asking him to play in a world where Sessegnon went down injured for a long time. To ask Perisic to play 2 games a week, every week for 60% of the season,
even possibly more, Sean. Because I think when you look back, Sess only played 6 or 8 games that he started and completed.
Correct. Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
He didn't play that much at all. When you factor in everything, FA Cup, Carling Cup, Carabao Cup, whatever you want to call it, then now we're going to have Europe and everything. You're looking at 70, 80 games potentially. And he played 8, 10, maybe. That's
he was injured for the vast majority of the season once again, right? He wasn't always first choice, but even when he wasn't first choice,
Yeah, see, I was actually a fan of bringing Perisic in, but now that Josh has made that point and you're bringing up that point about the injury and everything, yeah, I would have to second guess that appointment, and I'd love to have him. I think he'd be a great addition. I think he's.
I want him, but I'd like both of them because
Experience.
Perisic can play on the right side as well, Josh and Bobby, right?
Yeah, I
Perisic
think
can play
the
right wing
wing
back
role
and
too,
left
right?
wing back. So if
Yeah.
you bring in Kostic can play left wing back. He can play left side of a midfield three. He can play in Sonny's position, and you could even make the argument that he could play as a sort of second striker. He's that versatile, and he's that.
In other
talented.
words, he's just a left-sided player.
He's a left-sided player throughout the team. So you could have him and then just fit him wherever you need him, and then you could have Perisic and him in the same team on the left, or if you wanted to rest Sonny, or you could put Perisic at right wing back if you needed to as well. So for me, Perisic is a utility player where you don't need to play him all the time, but you can play him wherever you want to play him, whenever you need to play him. And the same with Kostic down the left hand side. I'd love to get both of them. What are your thoughts?
I Kostic obviously, but then I'm more fearful of the one for the future kind of thing. Does this kid come in, slot in, and play? Is he going to be able to handle the Premiership? Is he going to have the right mentality? Are we going to have another issue like we did with Sess, where it's going to take 2-3 years before he's finally at the point where we expected him to come in at? Those are the fears I have with the young players versus over the proven players. If you've
you wouldn't want Jed Spence then?
Well, Jed Spence has already played in the Premiership, so he understands a little bit more about the English league and the physicality and the pace of the league.
He hasn't played in the Premiership. He's played in the Championship. Yeah, he hasn't played in the Premiership.
I could see him stepping up into the Premiership before the Kostic kind of adjusting. But we don't know. You know, Reguilon came in, he hit the ground running, he did really well, and then he tapered off really badly. So is that because his head was turned by Barcelona? Was it because of all these other factors? We don't know. And the thing is, I find it harder and harder to gauge and judge when the players are younger, because they haven't, dealt with it. And morning, Betty. It's a tough one, that one. Obviously, personally, hey, Patty, I'd prefer to have Kostic in, all right, and give Conte tools that would inspire him to stay more than the 2 years that he traditionally does, and let him, kind of see. I'm Sean. We had this question before that. I honestly believe that there's something here that Conte might have fallen in love with. When you see his intensity there on the sidelines and how he's involved with the fans and everything, I could see this guy finally breaking his 2 or 3 year cycle of leaving clubs and sticking around now. And we got to give him the tools to do that. So we do have to have a combination of younger players as well come in. So I don't know enough about Kostic to honestly say that he is the answer. I
think he's the answer. I think he's an absolute phenomenal beast.
You're good like that though, Sean. You do a lot more research than I do in terms of who these players are and everything like that. And I'm just on with Sean. Yeah.
Hi, Sean.
Big
hey,
Jason,
buddy.
Big
hey,
Jason,
Jay, how you doing?
Good morning.
Good to see you,
He
man.
said hi. Good morning. For the right side, though, honestly, you guys were talking about Jed Spence, everything, and the other players. This is the moment right now with this investment that's come in and this statement of intent almost from the club to say, look, we are going to support the football team, even though that is that small print of on and off the pitch nonsense. That's kind of that little one line.
I wouldn't worry about it. I literally think that is there for, because it has to be spent before the end of the year. It has to be spent before, like the terms are December the 31st. If the tranches haven't been taken, it gets taken away, which really means
so they can use it elsewhere then. Okay.
We have until September the 1st, end of the transfer window, to use it. And if it's not used fully by then they have between September and December to spend whatever's left on, I don't know, fixing any like infrastructure issues or whatever else they have to do, training ground stuff, or upgrading the toilets, whatever. I don't know, whatever, right?
Yeah.
But,
yeah, it's available funds then. Okay.
It's available funds, and I think obviously the priority would be. I mean, listen, if it transpires that they use that 150 million quid for infrastructure over player purchases, that'll be the biggest PR disaster ever.
Yeah. And Brian Daigle's going to be in the country, so good luck, Levy.
100%. All right, so
no, 'cause I'd like to, just based on the money end of it, I'd like to see this get really cheeky and really, really go for it and shift Ndembele over to PSG and get Hakimi. Because we know there was a little bit of interest over there. He wanted to go there. Poch wanted him over there. The board wanted him over there. So if we could offload him to PSG and get something for him, and Hakimi is not happy over there, he wants out apparently already. And I honestly think we could do a cheeky deal over there and get in a player that's disgruntled and
Hakimi, yeah?
kind of thing.
I haven't seen that. I love it. Listen, if we could get Hakimi, that would just be, dream world scenario. I don't know how much he would cost. Josh, what are your thoughts on Hakimi? Do you like him?
It'd be a kick in the teeth to Chelsea, so I'll take it any day of the week.
Are they after him?
For that reason.
If I'm not mistaken, Hakimi used to be a Chelsea project. He was at Chelsea before and then went to Italy.
Really interesting.
I didn't know that. I know that.
I'm sure it's Hakimi. I might be wrong. I'll guarantee there'll be people jumping on my back. He didn't go to Chelsea. He didn't go.
Hang on. Hakimi Chelsea. Let's have a look.
I'm sure he used to be at Chelsea.
Oh, he snubbed. Achraf Hakimi wants to be a part of the Paris Saint-Germain dream team and therefore turned down and moved to Chelsea in the summer.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they tried to get him. I know that. I didn't know he was there.
Well, there you go. In that case, still a kick in the teeth to Chelsea. I would take it all day long.
All right, we're talking about players that we've been linked with and that have apparently turned down clubs in the summer. Pau Torres, right? Pau Torres is a guy that I've spoken about, I don't know, 3 or 4 times on my Tottenham walks. He's a Villarreal player. Villarreal have had Giovanni Lo Celso for the last 6 months or 5 months, whatever. They want to keep Lo Celso. They wanted Pau Torres, or we wanted Pau Torres at one point. Pau Torres, Bobby, turned us down last summer. We tried to get him last summer. We paid the asking price. He said, nope, not interested. Tottenham can't offer Champions League football.
Right.
Now, his agent has gone to Manchester saying that, Tottenham were interested and Manchester United are interested, but he'd rather go to Manchester United, even though Manchester United can't offer Champions League football and Tottenham can. So,
Ten Hag.
because of Ten Hag, correct. But I don't know. Would you rather play for Ten Hag or would you rather play for Conte?
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
not sure.
Ten Hag over Conte, then you as a player don't know shit, and we don't.
For me, I love Pau Torres, but now I'm like, fuck you, pal.
Yeah.
The thing is,
you threw me right into that train. I was in the go fuck yourself train.
The thing is, every manager goes to a new club with a vision, right? Conte has got that vision and he's put it into place at Tottenham. Ten Hag is yet to do that at Manchester.
Yes.
So, is it going to be a case of Ten Hag will do it, or is it just a case of Ten Hag is promising that this is what's going to happen and that's what's more attractive to him? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, or maybe money, right? I don't know how much this
money talks, mate. Money talks.
Well.
Yeah.
AG saying, Hakimi was Madrid, not Chelsea. But I figured
Madrid
that one out.
product. Oh, okay, interesting.
And PSG are a fake football team, sports washing at its finest, 100%.
Yeah.
Same can be said about Man City. Same can be said about Newcastle.
Sickening, absolutely sickening. You're right, Derek.
Did you guys see Newcastle's third kit next year?
No,
I haven't seen it.
It's white and it's got green. It's basically the Saudi Arabia flag.
Oh, I heard something about
That's
that.
Disgusting.
Nice.
How can Newcastle fans be happy about that?
Well, I'm not sure. It was leaked. I don't know if it was it was confirmed, but it was leaked, and everyone's like,
it can't be as bad as
our.
It can't be as bad as our kit, man. That all blue with the black sleeves. No, I'm all right, Tar.
Josh, I know you're a man who likes to design kits. We're going to try and get you.
That black one you did, Josh, was wicked.
The blackout kit. Mwah.
Yes,
100%.
I agree. Yeah. Bellissimo.
Speaking of kits, Dave, the Irish Hotspur's in the house. Hi, Dave. Mate, if you want to come on, mate, if you want to come on and join us, the link's at the top, bro. Love to have you on. We're just talking about some transfer stuff. Where did Bobby K buy that jersey?
Dave, I bought this when I was in England, and I can't even tell you what year. It would have been, I think, 90-something, 90.
Oh, so you haven't gone to get retro? You haven't gone to like retrokits.com. That's just
No,
actually
the
retro. That's
kits
actually
are
old.
I bought when I bought them that year. Yeah, I've got.
Still in good shape. Still in
I've got
good shape,
kits
and it still
older than
fits
you.
you.
Hey,
It still fits you, man.
it's actually big. I was bigger then. Yeah, I was a bit of a fat boy.
David.
I had to lose some weight because the back got bad, and between the combination of my wife and doctor, they're like, "Look, fat boy, you got to drop some weight. Your back's all messed up." So,
David, there's a shop in London called Classic Football Shirts, and they've got a Facebook page and an Instagram page.
there
They
you
don't
go,
have a
David.
website. They don't have a website because they don't bulk sell. They collect the shirts and then resell them on. It might be worth getting in contact with them to see if they've got that shirt in because they have got a lot of shirts.
Yeah.
For David, my friend, if it fits you, you can have this one, buddy.
There you go.
But the deal is you got to come get it. So let me know when you've booked your ticket from Ireland.
On your bike, Scott, my man, saying Dan Kilpatrick said Tottenham are listening to offers for Matt Doherty, Reggie, and Emerson. Fuck.
Wow.
If that's true. And listen, Dan Kilpatrick, I'm not a big fan of this in the know shit. Like, I listen to like people that are like in the knows on various channels, and I listen, and everyone's like, oh, this person said that. And I'm like, they're not saying anything new. They're not saying anything new. Like, I could have said that shit 4 hours ago because I read it 6 hours ago. This in the know bollocks, I think, is generally a bunch of people that just circle information, and then because they've got this title, they get to be thought of being in the knows, but they're just really repeating information that's available to everybody. And 90% of in the knows are wrong all the time.
The biggest in the know.
I'm on Twitter now, so yeah, that's right. 2 days on Twitter, and I'm going to learn how to tweet next.
Mate, 1 day on Twitter, and you managed to find Alistair Gold and get him onto your show. It was insane.
No, we already had. It was Alistair that told me to start the Twitter account.
How did you get his number? How did you find him?
I've got basically we have a mutual friend in common.
Wow.
I've got two
Very
family
cool.
members. One that used to work with News of the World, and one that was the president of Psycho Records, Simon Cowell's
Yeah.
company.
Wow.
So,
Holy shit.
So I kind of just made a phone call, sent a message, and saw where it went. And it's one of those, you throw a dart and see where it lands, and mine hit bullseye, luckily. And
It's amazing.
you saw the interview. It was surreal, Sean. He was just so. I thought I was talking to you. You know what I mean? Like a mate. You know, like
it came across that way. He came across really just chilled and easy.
Genuine, really genuinely, really good guy. It was just a great moment, and it was great for the kids. He was very.
It actually improved my opinion of him because until now I've liked his. I read his blogs, but I'm sure he's not listening, so it doesn't matter. But I've always found his YouTube videos like they always last an hour, and they're about 55 minutes too long. You know?
But you said this. You made that comment about a week ago when we were speaking. Remember?
Yeah.
That exact comment, you made it, and the funny thing was, it was the next day Alistair was coming on.
I know. I felt bad. Bad.
You find it boring.
But he was brilliant on your thing. Like you're a brilliant interviewer as well, Bobby. Like the way you handled it with your kids as well. I'm really blown away, man. It was a super video, guys. Of course, I'll put the links up in a moment. But anyone, there's 100 people watching at 1 o'clock on a Friday. Do none of us have jobs? But
you know me, buddy. I don't go for another 5 hours. So what do you want to talk about?
No,
6 hours.
I've got my day because most of my clients are in America. So my day of end of the month calls with my clients starts at about 4:30 p.m. So I've got about another hour and a half before I need to start doing preparation for it. Anyway, enough of that. On your bike, Scott says Tottenham are listening for offers for Matt Doherty, Reggie, and Emerson. That's a really interesting one. Okay, so if there's truth to this, and point I was making was Dan Kilpatrick is somebody that I actually listen to. He is someone that I think does seem to get a little bit of ahead of the curve. And if that's true, then does that mean that Conte wants all of them gone, or is it just listen? Like if the best money comes in for is he saying I don't really mind? I'll keep Emerson or I'll keep Doherty.
I think that's what it is,
put them both on the I'll put them both on the shelf and see which one bites. You know,
it states they're listening to offers. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to leave.
Yeah.
You can listen to offers for every player on the Spurs squad. Yep. It doesn't mean that they're for sale.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
So that's that. I think that is. I think that's media. I think that's media scare tactics.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think there's anything to go by with that at all.
But to be fair, guys, we're talking about Tottenham Hotspur here. Us linked to player sales and player purchases. The list is always in the hundreds.
It's always happening. It's always it's cooking season, man. It's cooking season.
That's it, man. That's what it is.
Dave's saying he hasn't got a computer until 4:30.
You've got a phone, David. That's what I'm on right now.
Yeah. How are you texting us right now, Dave?
Yeah, Dave. Yeah, Dave. Dodgy, David. Dodgy.
Can't get the staff.
You can't get this staff. Ladies and gentlemen, guys, there's 100 people now. Over 100 people in on YouTube. There's another 15 elsewhere. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the notification bell. I can't imagine why there's 105 people now. It's insane. On a Friday afternoon. I'm gonna ask a question of Josh, and then I'm gonna let Josh answer, and then I'm gonna let Bobby rebuttal, because I'm gonna get the Josh. I'm gonna get the links up.
Like 30 years ago. Don't ask me where.
I'm gonna get Bobby and Josh's YouTube channels up, and I haven't got them in front of me right now. So I do want to ask this one on the back of this quickly. Reggie, Doherty, Emerson. Like, I'm just gonna open the ball up for you, Josh, right? Because I think that I've made my point clear. I think Emerson's out. Oh, sorry, I think Reguilon's out. I don't even particularly like Reguilon. I think he had a good first 6 months, and it's just gone downhill since. I think Sessegnon is a risk because of his injury proneness, if that's even a word. But I also think that, he's a good player, a really good talent. I like his crossing. With Emerson Royale, I think he's someone that's learning the position. I think that he's better than Doherty at most things at the moment, apart from his ability to cross. And his ability to cross is a skill that he should already have, but it's also a skill that he can learn, right? It's not like you get someone who's you get a David Beckham type guy who knows how to cross in and then spend the summer on the training ground with Emerson and go, like, you just got to I want to ping ball. I want you to just run at this ball. I want you to run at pace and then cross and do the thing a million times, and he'll become better at it. And with Doherty, to your point already, Josh, he's a little bit older. He has done really well, but does he really excite you on the team sheet? And he has got vulnerabilities defensively. So that's my that's my position on all of them, on the wing backs. I am going to disappear for 2 seconds whilst I get the names for your channels. But Josh, what do you want to see happen with Doherty, Reguilon, Sessegnon, and Emerson? How many do you want to keep? How many do you want to get rid of? And why? It's a bit of an open question, mate. I'll let you run with it.
So talking about Emerson Royal first, I would keep him at least until January. If obviously, like, towards the back end of the season, he was undeniably one of the better players on the pitch for the last 4 or 5 games. If he can do the same thing in pre-season and excite Conte and make him the first, and he can become the first choice right wing back, keep him until at least January. Matt Doherty, again, I've got no faith in the guy. He's very hit and miss. He's had 3 years to prove himself. He has periods where he does really well, and then he fades away into the background for the longest time. So Matt Doherty is one I'd look to get rid of. Reguilon, like you said, had a very, very good first 6 months. Hasn't done much else. I'm not really a fan of him. I do think that's a position we can upgrade. Sessegnon, like you said, injury prone, but if you're gonna get another left wing back in, then I don't see no reason why Sessegnon can't play back up to that. I think that's my choice on the wing backs. I'd keep Emerson Royal, and I'd keep Sess and get rid of the other 2.
And then you'd buy just one wing back for the.
I'd buy one for each side.
So we just have two. Just have two.
Yeah, don't ask me who. Yeah.
Okay. And Bobby.
I'd upgrade.
Bobby, stay there for 1 second, because I'm going to just boys and girls. There's 100 people watching. Please make sure you get over there. Just hit this link quickly. Hit both of these links very, very quickly. You've got the 3 Spurs Boys channel in.
And hit the like button. Hit the like button. There's only 54
yeah.
likes. What's going on?
If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button.
It's
That'd
right
be great
there,
as well.
over there. I think somewhere over there, depending on
But
which.
you got the two links in the chat right now, guys. You got Josh the Tottenham guys channel. It's awesome. I love Joshy. He was my first guest on my first ever watch along on this channel when Dave and Jack were over in England, and convinced me to have the confidence to do more watch alongs next season. But Josh's channel is fantastic. The Three Spurs Boys channels are fantastic, guys. You haven't even got to leave the chat. It takes absolutely nothing to click that link. Another tab will open. Hit the subscribe button, and then come back.
Stay right here.
And then stay right here. It takes no time at all, boys and girls.
So
and
please hit like while you're here, too. Hit like while you're here.
And you filthy animals that haven't already subscribed to the Spurs Talk Show, make sure you do it. Make sure you do it.
75% of you.
75% of you sneaky little devils.
75% haven't hit the subscribe button. So
if you don't hit subscribe, you're a closet Arsenal fan. No one wants that.
Josh, the kids are listening. You watch their language. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Nice. There you go, Christopher.
If that doesn't get people subscribing, I don't know what will.
Oh, thanks, Christopher.
Christopher Inshaw's just subscribed to both. Nice one. So is Soul Taker. Well done, boys. Good effort, lads. Good effort.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Right, sorry, Bobby. Tell me your opinion, mate, on the question I asked. How do you want to see it? We've got four. Who do you want gone? Who do you want in? How do you want to see it look at next season?
Honestly, I want to do it as smart as possible, too. You don't come on this channel wearing red. Take your shirt off. What's the matter with you?
Red's the forbidden colour.
Oh, it's orange. Sorry, it's orange. It's orange. It's dark orange.
That passes.
For me personally, I like the shout for Perisic to come in only because I want to see Cesc be the starter. I honestly think he has a lot more to offer than what we've seen. I think his ceiling is higher, and I think that we're finally starting to get out of him what we were supposed to see the start of 3 years ago when he came from Fulham in the first place. I think that year in Germany really gave him some strength, mental strength, gave him some more ability. So I honestly can see Seth stepping up now and becoming the future of that position. On the left side, I would like to see Perisic come in as a cheap option, as a cheap option as a backup. But my fears are what you guys already addressed, is that how many games is Seth going to play? Again, then if this is on that side is the one I say that come January, God forbid, he's out or he's been injured or something, then we have to seriously look at spending the money on that side. Do you take the chance and not do that at the beginning of the season and wait till January? That's something I would do, only because I'm not as scared of the left side of the field as I am on the right side and our midfield options. So I think there's more important areas that we need to address. For the right side, I think Josh is 100% spot on with the Royal shout, with the keeping him. Let's see how the man does. Give him the opportunity to build on what he finished the season with, and let's see how he starts the season. If he shows inconsistency, poor judgment, poor crossing, then we need to loan him out and look at obviously shipping him out later on. I'd like to see Doherty stay and play. I'd like to see him be our squad player, especially with Europe coming up, especially with the two, with the FA Cup, the Carabao Cup and everything. All these competitions, you got to have a big squad. You got to have players that you can rely on. Doherty showed himself over the last few months to be very, very reliable. We, as a fan base, guys, we were all devastated when the injury announcement that he was done for the season was announced. I know I was. I don't know if you guys were or not, but I know when that injury announcement, I was like, oh my God, we just lost it.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that Conte would have transformed him?
Which is why we have to tip our hat a little bit to Emerson Royale, come of the hour, come of the man. At that point in the Aston Villa game, when we were struggling in the first half, when we were 1-0 up, and then we went on to win, whatever it was, 5-1. Was it 5-1? 5-0? I forget what it was. But like everyone was like, "Fuck! How did we get through that one? How did we do that?" Because Villa were battering us for the first sort of half an hour, and then of course they actually were battering us almost like GBH and assault on some of the players, and then we find out afterwards that Doherty is out for the season. Everyone's like crest was falling. I remember going on shows and everyone was like, "The 3 points don't matter. How the fuck are we going to do it now?"
Yeah,
How are we
our
going to do it?
season was over at that
And we
point. It was
did.
like we had lost
And we
Harry
did.
Kane.
Because no one had faith. No one had faith in Emerson, and I was one of those guys.
Sorry, mate. You cut out. Say that again.
I said because no one had faith in Emerson Royal, and I'll
Yeah.
happily hold my hands up and say I
Yeah,
was one of those guys.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
I criticised Emerson the entire time. I thought he started the next game. I thought he started. It was a bit shaky, but he got the job done. Then the game later was when I think it was, or 2 games later was the Arsenal game when he held up the flare. That's when I started to get like a little bit of like a soft spot for him.
That's
Dropped on
you
the
know that
bandwagon.
he
Yeah.
loves the. No matter how much shit you give this guy, he proves week in week out that he loves his club. I don't think he's just here for the money. He's here for the long run, and the fact that we're now starting to see him play up a little bit.
Yeah.
Might be a sign of greater things to come. And I'm hoping that's the case because any player on their A day under Conte is fantastic. Conte somehow manages to get the best out of players that haven't even been performing well. Like, look at all you have to do is look at Victor. All you have to do is look at Victor Moses, for example. He didn't perform when he was at Chelsea. Didn't perform in that midfield role. Conte saw something in him, moved him to a wing back position, and he excelled like you would not believe. What's to say that Emerson Royal can't be the Victor Moses of Tottenham Hotspur?
Yeah.
Well, why not? Why not? But that said, as much as I love what you just said there, Josh, and I do because I've fallen a little bit in love. I've got a soft spot for Emerson now, and I've also got a soft spot for Doherty. So if we had to lose one right now, I don't know which one I'd probably want to let go of. I don't, right? Because I think in some of the games in the Champions League next season. Yeah, there's very few games in the Premier League where Tottenham are on the defensive. Like there's very few times when we're playing a back five, a flat back five, and you've got 5-4-1 almost, and we pivot on the counter. It's 2 games against Liverpool, it's 2 games against City, and it's 1 game against Chelsea. That's basically the 5 times a season when Tottenham have to rely on your wing backs to be uber defensive as well, which is where Emerson absolutely outweighs Doherty. Doherty's not as good as a defender as Emerson is. But in the Champions League next season, if we get drawn against Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, maybe even Juventus, whoever, AC Milan, there's going to be times in the Champions League when we're going to also have to invoke the 5-4-1. There is, right? And so on that basis, let me just get rid of this naked woman thing. Basis... Yeah, sorry, boys and girls. I know even just looking at the words, I get a semi.
How do I?
But there's going to be times next season where Tottenham in the Champions League are going to need to have, more defensively minded, approaches, right? And we're good at that. We're good at the 5-4-1 when we break, but we don't have to use it that often in the Premier League. In the Premier League, the 9 times out of 10, our mantra, our mandate for the game is to find a way to break down a team that sets themselves up as the 5-4-1. And we are the team that they're worried about. And so I feel like there's not that many times when Emerson's defensive capabilities are recognized or acknowledged as more important than his lack of going forward, which is where Doherty has a bit more success. But I think next season we're going to find that there's probably more times where we're going to need defensive wing backs, at least in parts of the game. And so I don't know, for me, what...
Do you think keep both of them and don't upgrade that position at all?
No. I definitely think we upgrade. I think we buy 1 right wing back. But
then you're basically saying Doherty is the more offensive one, where Emerson is the more... Doherty's the more offensive one. Emerson more defensive. So which one would
at the moment? Yeah.
Or would you look at whatever player we're bringing in and then decide who to get rid of? So if you bring in Hakimi, who is more of an attacking fullback, but that's what I'm saying. So if you're saying bringing Hakimi, hypothetically, our dream comes true. We get in Hakimi. Both of us win the lottery in the right back position there. We get Hakimi, and then you're saying sacrifice Doherty because they're both attacking wing backs, kind of thing. Is that basically? No.
It's just. I guess what I was saying with that whole rant was, I don't know who I would rather sacrifice out of Emerson and Doherty. I have a soft spot for both. Yeah. Both of them, I think, none of us had faith in Doherty, and he proved a lot of people wrong.
Yeah, nobody had faith in Emerson.
Nobody had faith in Emerson, and he proved a lot of people wrong. And so I'm a loyal guy. I want to see, improvement recognized. I want to see good performances acknowledged. And unfortunately, we are a football team, and so you shouldn't have that much space for sentimentality. You've always got to move forward, and those players will be gone at some point, whether it's now or next season or the year after, and we move on. So, but if you ask me right now, we're going to bring in Perisic and Kostic, and Perisic is going to play right wing back, and then we're also going to bring in Jed Spence. Then of the two, we don't need Perisic and Jed Spence.
Then you get rid of Doherty,
and Doherty and Emerson, because then you got 4 players that can play right wing back. You probably only need 2 or 3 max. So if you were to get Perisic in, who's left wing back but can play right wing back, and you were to get in Jed Spence, who's one for the future but maybe one for the now, we don't know how good he's going to be, then of the 2, Emerson or Doherty, which one do you sacrifice?
If you bring in those 2 players with Perisic and Jed Spence, then I sacrifice Doherty and Reguilon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
only because, like you said, Jed Spence, we already know offensively he's very good. Offensively, getting up, crossing the ball, making the runs, doing the overlaps, everything. He's excellent. Excellent at doing all that. Defensively, coming into the Premiership, he's a young player. He's going to make mental mistakes. He's going to get caught out of position. He's going to go up against guys that all of a sudden are coming right into his face. They're not afraid to take him on. Whereas in the Championship, maybe he developed a little bit of a fear and people were afraid to get in his face and take him on. That's not going to happen in the Premiership. And then on top of that, the Champions League and everything like that, you're going to face fiercer competition now. So that being said, we need somebody more defensive to back him up. God forbid he has a shit game. And that's where
that makes sense.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, probably. Royal comes in that he's more defensively reliable than Doherty. So then if we need to shut down and put a defender in there, then we've got to keep the defender, not the guy that's known to actually provide offensively, right?
No, I think you absolutely just nailed it. I think you've nailed it. The only thing I would counter that with is, I think you probably have, not that we necessarily are worried too much right now about raising funds. Like, do we have to nickel and dime and think, well, we can't buy before we can sell, or we can't, all that stuff? No, but I do think that there's probably more of a price tag available on Emerson than there is on Doherty.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, right? Yeah. So, you're talking about an 8-10 year difference between the age. People are going to look at the fact that Doherty was absolutely dreadful the first half of the season. We all wanted him out of the club by January. We all, we were more than happy. I don't think anybody would have been upset to see him leave last January. And now here we are thinking, we were going to lose our whole season when he went down. So there's obviously value to him, but being, what is he, 29 now? And the fact that he was, we brought him in and it took him 2 years to settle, with a year and a half to settle and finally show why we brought him in. Now the argument can be made, well, over that time, how many managers did we, how many systems did we change? How much this, how much that, this and that. We were we were up in the air. We're kind of a tornado of bullshit, basically just whirling around. We don't know. We had no direction as a club. How can our players understand what their direction is if we as an entity completely have no direction? So this whole Conte factor, as far as I'm concerned, it did not just change the trajectory of this season. This is a major milestone and a stepping stone for our club as a whole. I think this man is going to change the whole. I as crazy as it sounds, I think this man's going to add to the history of our club. I think this man's going to finally give us the opportunities to start rewriting Tottenham.
I'm going to say it.
Upper echelon books, and
I'm going to say it.
Say it.
We're going to win a domestic trophy this year.
We are. Yes, we are. 100%.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I can see top 4 and the Carabao.
I think at least one final and one semi-final. I think we're going to make the final of one local trophy, the semi-final or the final of another. I think you'll see us go all the way. And then the Champions League, I don't know. Champions League is a lot of luck in the Champions League.
No, that's
There's a
right.
lot of variables.
Yeah,
why not? Why not? Before we go any further, I'm going to bring Josh in a second, but I just wanted to call out this lovely comment from Nigel Watson. How have I only just found this channel? Love it. So much sense spoken. Mate, I really appreciate that, Nigel. Really appreciate that, man. Thank you so
Make
much.
sure you
And,
let your friends know, Nigel, because if you need some sense and you need a good laugh and you need to come see when it's game day, this is where you come. Speaking of game day yesterday, he had a good one.
Yeah. No, Bobby K's son, his youngest son, his 11-year-old Krish, has been working because Nigel, you won't know this, but most people will. When it's game day, I always say it's game day, and it's specific notes hit, and then the specific note on the second drop, and it's gravelly. And Bobby K's youngest son, Krish, as his voice hasn't broken yet, but he's been working on it. He's been working on his rendition of Game Day, and I heard it yesterday live. And he's been putting in the hours and the effort, and he's absolutely nailed it. So big up to Krish.
Yeah, that's all you hear is he's supposed to be in class even right now online. And he's like, the teacher's like, okay, so the square root of this and this and that. And he's like, all of a sudden you hear game day. What the hell?
Yeah, 100%. All right, so let's move on though, Bobby, to from the game day. We're going to come back to if Krish is still there. Well, before we leave, if Krish hasn't gone yet to school, has he? He can come and do a game day.
He's online. I can get him out for a second. They're online. Okay. They're home, right? Big man goes to school.
Okay, of course, yeah, of course. Well, we'll do that. We'll do that a bit later on. Before that, I want to move on to this. We're done with the wingbacks for now. Let's move on to this one from Soul Taker 212. And Joshy, I want to ask you this. Oh, you've frozen. Are you still there, Joshy?
He'll be back.
Okay.
There he is. He's back.
Joshy, I want to ask you this. Soul Taker 212 is saying Skippy is
going to be... I'm still here. I've got a small human with me at the moment.
Hi.
Hello, beautiful. Good morning.
Right, let me rejoin. Because I am cracking up and breaking up. So I'm going to leave and then rejoin. So give me 2 seconds.
Okay, no worries. Come back. Well, I'm going to save that one. I'll save that one for Joshy then. We'll come back to it in a second. I have started it. Let me just get through some of these other chats here, Bobby, quickly. Derek Smith, Sergei Milenkovic-Savic. I mean, this guy.
Yeah, they want crazy money, though, say.
It's insane money. Man United, according to Derek, at least 55 million has been offered. Lazio, well, they want 100 million euros. It's crazy money. I think he's only got 2 years left on his contract, so I think they'll be very fortunate to get that. The guy's insane.
He is.
The guy's absolutely insane.
Great for us, yeah.
But I mean, I'd pay 50 million. I wouldn't pay anything like 100 million. So
how about we give them winks and 10 million?
I don't think Lazio were one of the list of suitors.
So it's 100 million for Savic, but if we give him winks, it's 120.
Yeah, and then it's a record. It's a record transfer if you give him Ndombele as well.
Roxy.
Oh,
there we go.
He's back.
He's back.
All right, I want to give you this one, Joshy, to pick apart. Soul Taker 212 saying Skippy is going to be top class next year.
Yeah.
So I think that CDM is sorted, but we need another baller in the middle to rest Bentancur. Maybe Ericsson as he is free, but I would prefer James Ward-Prowse. The midfield
there's a lot of names.
There's a lot of names available. There's a lot of free players available. A lot of good players available. How do you want to see us with a midfield structure next year? Do you want to have the option to play 3-5-2? You know, do you want to have the option to go to a 4-4-2 if needed, or like I'll let you go with it wherever you want to go. How do you see the midfield?
I want to see the midfield do well, and I don't at the moment where it's working so well. You don't fix what isn't broken. So I'd stick with the same formation, and if we are going to switch it up, I'd like to see us play a 5-3-2. So you play 3 in the middle. Like Conte played this system at Inter Milan with 3 centre halves and didn't play any. He played 3 centre halves and 2 strikers and 5 defenders with 2 wing backs. So I could see us doing that. In terms of names that are available, there are so many names available.
So many names, yeah.
I mean, you only have to look as far as Germany to see that some of the talent coming out of there. You've got the likes of there's a player at Eintracht Frankfurt who plays alongside Kostic at the moment. I take it at Tottenham any day of the week, and that's Daichi Kamada. I take him. You've got Conrad Lima as well from RB Leipzig that's available as well. There are so many names available that it's very, very hard to pinpoint just one. However, I do think that James Ward-Prowse is a very, very good option.
It's a lot of money though for James Ward-Prowse, right? They're saying 100 million quid is what Paul Parker, the ex-Manchester United
100 million.
Huh?
They said 100 million for Ward-Prowse.
Well, Paul Parker, who's like a pundit now, but was an ex-Manchester United player. He came out on, I forget which network he's on, but he said that Man United are in for him and that they bid 55, 60 million, but he won't be going for anything like, hi, is that Winter?
Winter, hi, Winter.
Hi, Winter.
Hello, darling. Hi.
Oh, she's waving. That's so cool. I wish Bugsy could do that.
Hi, beautiful.
Yeah, he said that Southampton won't let him go for less than 100 million, and that as a consequence, if Declan Rice is purchased from somebody from West Ham for 130, 150, or whatever, then West Ham would go in and get James Ward-Prowse as a replacement. Either way, I don't think Tottenham haven't got any people that they can sell that's going to make that kind of difference up. And certainly we ain't going to spend 100 million quid on James Ward-Prowse. I don't even think he's that so everyone loves this guy. I'm just going to put it out there. I know he's a free kick specialist, but do you know how many goals Heung-min Son scored from direct free kicks in this season just gone? Have any idea? He scored one, right?
He scored one?
He scored one.
Oh, that one that deflected.
Yeah, but that didn't count. That was a Reguilon's goal. I think he tucked it in, but he scored one goal from a direct free kick. Do you know where he sits on the list of the top 50 free kick scorers in the Premier League? He sits joint second with like 15 other players. Like nobody scores goals from free kicks anymore in the Premier League. James Ward-Prowse was number one. I think he scored like 3 or 4. But Sonny scored one and he's joint second. So like this idea that we need a free kick specialist, like most teams aren't scoring goals from, or basically all teams are not scoring goals from direct free kicks.
It's not a free kick specialist.
It's also the corners too, because you don't have somebody. Yeah,
set piece specialist.
Yeah, we do need somebody in general because that it increases our opportunity for more goals. And we get punished on set pieces on a regular basis. So it'd be nice for us to start punishing people on set pieces. It's not very rarely like if you look, most of our goals come from open play. Very few set piece goals. And
I love the guy.
Golden boot without a penalty. Wow.
I love the guy. Don't get me wrong. I love the guy. I think he's a fantastic defender. But Eric Dyer is Tottenham Hotspur's best free kick taker, and that really says something. We need someone else that's better. We need another set piece taker. Another set piece.
If I'd known that Will Stewart was watching, I would have referenced and acknowledged him calling this one out. This was his stat. This was his stat from night before last, I think it was. We were on a show. I'm not sure whose show it was.
Will, good morning, Will.
And was it? Whose show was it? I think it was Shelfside Spurs or We Are Tottenham TV. And it was a Tottenham on Tour show. And Will and I were on there going back and forth about various stats. And then it was about Emerson, I think, and other things. And we were having a bit of a tete-a-tete. But then he came up with this stat, and I thought it was absolutely phenomenal. Sonny is tied for second in the Premier League for free kick goals last season with 1 goal. And that James Ward-Prowse was number 1 in the list by 4 times. He scored 4 goals. Like he ain't banging them in every week from a free kick. And I take your point that corner kicks, or crosses from free kicks that are outside the area or whatever else. I take the point, but 100 million quid? 100 million quid for a player that, what's the first thing you think of when you speak about James Ward-Prowse? Set pieces. You don't think about his tackling. You don't think about his passing. You think about his set pieces. But his set pieces are, first of all, like set pieces are not that effectual generally for clubs. And second of all, like he's not banging them in either. I just think, a reasonable valuation, 40 million, 50 million.
He's also a CDM. 100 million. He's also a CDM as well, so he's not going to be banging goals in left, right, and centre. You don't expect him to as a centre defensive mid.
True. True, but
But if you're
100 million
talking
quid,
about
though?
that,
100 million quid? Come on. I think it's
that's
ridiculous.
what I'm saying. 100 million quid, Savic with James Ward-Prowse, both the exact same amount of money.
Milenkovic-Savic, yeah.
Yeah, there's no comparison there. Like you'd take Savic over him in a heartbeat. For me personally.
Love Lounge. Sorry, it was Mari's Love Lounge. Sorry, I'm getting the name of the shows wrong. Sorry, I do apologize. It was Mari's Love Lounge. Yeah.
We've got a Spurs Lounge now.
We're on this, but boys and girls, just saying, there's still 115. There's 115 people watching. If anybody, go to the top of the link. If anyone wants to come and join this debate, join this conversation about where we need to improve, how we should spend the money, then the link is at the top of the show.
Yeah, well, come on, man. 8:45 in the morning. You're up.
Anybody who wants it can come on. Ellie, I know you were looking for a link as well. It's there.
Ellie's here.
Where is she? She's here. I got to block these people. How do I block these people?
All I know is that I'd happily take James Ward-Prowse as a Højbjerg replacement.
Oh,
isn't that right? Isn't that right, Ellie?
Why are you trying to wind her up? Don't wind up the queen, buddy.
I do it all the time. It's a back and forth thing we've got. If you want me to be perfectly honest, I don't think Højbjerg is as great as what people rate him. I think he's bang average. I genuinely do. I just don't rate him.
SOF is saying James Maddison would suit us better.
Big difference on our team. Yeah, that's a good shout there, SOF. Yeah, Maddison. But apparently he's
Maddison's attitude. Leicester fans hate him.
Yeah. Apparently he's a dick.
Nigel Watson saying James Ward-Prowse is a great set piece taker, but not good enough to start. Well, who would he start in front of? Would he start in front of Bentancur?
He'd start in front of Højbjerg.
You hate.
No. That's not even me joking.
Stop shouting.
Put yourself on mute.
Yeah,
You're gonna fucking shut up, right?
I said I'm on a podcast. What are we gonna do?
That's hilarious. Tell her it was me that was shouting, not you, Alec.
Yeah, just tell her you're on with two of the loudest guys in the YouTube community that don't stop talking. You have to shout to get a word in.
100%. Kuma99 though is saying James Ward-Prowse created 2 of Southampton's goals against us from open play. He did those 2 late goals. He's got an eye for a pass, and his defensive play is vastly underrated. I agree, but I do think those 2 particular assists that he got is why so many Tottenham fans are so mad about him. I genuinely think that they watch Southampton play against Tottenham. They may or may not watch Southampton play week in, week out. I'm not saying that I do necessarily, but I just feel like James Ward-Prowse, he's had a good season against Tottenham, but he's nowhere near worth the money that people are saying he is.
No, not 100. 100 million is absolutely absurd.
The only reason he's rated 100 million is obviously because of what he does, what he has to offer, plus the fact that he's still got 4 years left of his contract at Southampton.
And he's
just, I don't care what the factors are. 100 million for that player is absolutely absurd. If honestly, okay, then that valuation of Winks isn't that crazy. You know, the fact that we've put 25 million on Winks. When I saw that, I was like, somebody's got to remove the word million.
Well, there's a reason why. There's a reason why floating around Twitter. There's a statistic that was floating around Twitter that has got. And I was saying this at the start. I was looking on Twitter when this thing was floated around, and a Manchester United like influencer or whatever said this, and he's got like a lot of followers. I won't find it now. But before we get there, I'm gonna finish this sentence in a moment. But ladies and gentlemen, we got someone else who wants to come in and say hello. Let's find out who it might be.
All right, next contestant, spin the wheel again, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up. Please give it up. Sometimes we call her Sailor Ellie. Sometimes, you know what? I'm just giving it away. I just said her name. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the princess. She's got 3 daughters. All of them are taken. None of them are for me. Nightmare. Absolute nightmare.
All 3 are taken?
So passionate. They're all taken.
Terrible.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Ellie.
Your Els.
Good morning, Ellie.
I've got to put you right there, Sean. two are still available.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
So you're telling me,
hint.
And Joanna.
So you're telling me there's a chance? Yeah!
Yes.
I did
Yes.
my Tottenham.
Yes.
I've had that clip, Ellie, in my video clip
Oh,
archive here. I've had it in there for like
That's
6 months,
hilarious.
and I've never needed to use it. And now it's a perfect
yeah.
moment.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
Perfect.
and I'm loving
Perfect.
Josh's short back and sides. Beautiful.
He's looking good. He's lost
Ready
weight.
for the Champions League, I see.
Yeah, without Højbjerg.
Oh no.
You know what? You and Alex have been his biggest nemesis, but I think you came round a little bit. You must.
I'll hold my hands up and admit when I was wrong. Højbjerg at times this season has played well, but I just think we could do better options.
Yeah, I agree with you, but we won't get a better Viking that works his socks off and the off-ball stuff that he does and in the dressing room. That's vitally important to a team. You know,
100%.
the guy in the
I love
dressing
Højbjerg.
room who bigs everybody up, puts their arm around them. He's like Conte's messenger on the pitch as well, which I love.
I get
So
I'm with
even
you.
if he's a squad player, that would be good enough for me.
See, the thing is that I wouldn't mind him being captain next season, but because I think he's got all the attributes to be a captain. Apart from, I don't think he'll play 100%. He won't play every game, right? So you can't.
Why
play...
don't you think he's good enough then?
I don't think Josh agrees.
I think there's just better options. If the language barrier wasn't a thing, I would put Christian Romero over Højbjerg 100% all day long.
Oh. Yeah, you've got a good shout there. I won't argue with that one. Josh.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm loving the show, Sean. It's brilliant.
Thanks, Ellie. Thanks. I'm
growth
gonna.
has been immense.
What's that?
And you deserve it, mate.
What'd you say? Sorry, you cut out.
I said your growth has been immense, and you deserve it.
Oh yeah.
Are you?
No, I really appreciate you, Ellie. That's amazing. And thank you so much for stopping by, and of course your continued support. I'm not sure who Bob Spur's talking to.
Kuva.
Kuva's
the dirty pussy.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, Kuva's always their dirty pussy. He puts a picture of his dirty pussy. Shamelessly, Kuva just shows everybody his dirty pussy.
Wow.
We all know that.
Wow.
Yeah. No shame at all.
This is the first show that I've done in like 3 months that Kuva hasn't been on.
Hey, good morning, James. How you doing? Or James or Andre? I'm pretty sure it's James.
Yeah, I think it's James.
Yeah.
Hey, James, how you doing, mate?
You know what? James is the first guy in England I've spoken to that is a massive hockey fan.
Yeah.
So him and I support the same hockey team, the Edmonton Oilers, and the game started at
the Edmonton Oilers.
Edmonton Oilers, yeah, and the game because
it's a lot of oil in Edmonton, isn't it?
Yeah, because Alberta is known to be the oil province. That's where the most oil is produced in Canada, right?
Makes sense.
Over there, the team, I think they started at 9:30 or 10:30 p.m. our time, so 2:30 or 3:30 a.m. the game started your time, and he's been up watching them.
I too am an ice hockey fan, brother.
Really? What team?
I like LA Kings.
LA? Okay, so they're the team we just beat up on.
I went to a Dallas Stars. Is it Dallas Stars? I went to a Dallas Stars game in Dallas. Funnily enough.
Dallas? Yeah,
it
shocking.
was fun, yeah. It was good fun.
Dallas Stars played Dallas. What?
It's hard to train your eye to follow the puck.
Believe it or not, Dallas Stars was the first team. Dallas Stars was the team.
I don't like hockey, but I like football.
Yeah,
you know what, Ellie? It's one of those things. It's you like it or you don't, because hockey is very hard to keep up with. Very hard, especially live. I find it easier on TV for some people.
Yeah, but I wanted to show you this as well, Sean.
What is that?
I'm going to ship it to Arteta, to the Emirates Station. Stadium, to Arteta, because it's a worry ball, you see. He's going to have lots of worries. Nice.
What you should do is like print the word top 4 is ours or North London is ours on every little piece of it. So when you squeeze it, it just expands and little holes pop up.
Yeah.
Top 4 is ours.
Oh, yeah.
And then, what time are you playing on Thursday?
I won't be tuning in.
100%. Let's get back to football. Let's get back to Tottenham. We're not a hockey team here. We're a Tottenham team. Marlon Green's in the house. What's cracking, Marlon Green? He's saying James Ward-Prowse is a great set-piece player, but no better than Skippy. SOF is up for Madison. Ellie, he's saying 18 goals, 12 assists in all comps. We don't have a midfielder like that.
And he's right.
Royberg's not like that, is he? You know?
No, he's right. And unfortunately, he's just a bit of a dick. Other than that, you know.
I'm not sure who Will's talking to here, saying American Harry Winks. Good one, fella.
Avi Troops.
What's that, sorry?
AVI Troops, or whatever his name is. He said that Weston McKinney is just an American Harry Winks.
Oh, did I miss it? I'm not sure where AVI Troops is. I can't see him in my
Not
list.
according to Will.
Oh, there he is. Oh, yeah, you've got to be careful, Avi Troops. Avi Troops, you've got to be careful. If you say anything bad about Sonny, if you say anything bad about American football players, you might get called out.
I mean, what bad thing can they say about Sonny anyway? What bad
That's true too.
That's
true too.
That he was a ballerina at Man United, maybe. He was a bit of a ballerina that day. An ice skating ballerina. That's
100%.
about it. That's the only bad game he's had all season, really, was against Man United away.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't.
No, he had 4 or 5. There was a little run there, Ellie. 4 or 5 games. He had that dip in form where everybody was on his case. All of us as fans were even like, drop Sonny, drop Sonny, drop Sonny. But that's what makes me love the fact that he won the Golden Boot. He had that poor, play for at least 4 or 5 games that he was just dreadful, where we were all almost calling for his head. And he didn't score a single penalty, and he still won the Golden Boot.
I know.
How the hell that man's not up for player of the season is just absolutely disgusting, but who cares? I'm so happy to see him smiling holding that Golden Boot. And that picture, I think, I don't know, one of you posted or shared it, and the one where he's sitting down and he's putting the Golden Boot on, loved it. Morning, Jack.
I'm gonna quote Will Stewart. By what metric was he bad? Because I love Will Stewart when he says that, because he's got all the stats to prove that he didn't have such a bad game. Visually, the fans see with their eyes, don't they, Sean?
I think you know what it is, Ellie. I feel like there's plenty of examples of where the seeing eye test is better than the stats test, right? Yes. And there's plenty of examples where the stats test is better than the eye test. And I think one of those examples, because I know Will's a stats guy. I know he also.
Say careful, Will's here.
No. I'm actually gonna give the stats side a bit of a prop here. A lot of people that go to the games would rather rely on their eye than the stats if it doesn't suit the narrative. I would say, but I think that someone like Saint Maximin is probably, and Will might be able to chime in here. And Will, like I said, anyone who wants to jump in the actually come into the show, you're more than welcome to. But Saint Maximin is someone that is probably something like he's the seeing eye test wet dream. But if you look at his stats, he's probably not that effective compared to what the eye test. You see Saint Maximin, he fucking does his 100 step overs, he runs around like a headless chicken, does amazing things. But how effective is he actually at transitioning that stuff into stats that actually matter for Newcastle? And there's a reason why nobody's come in and taken Saint Maximin from Newcastle, in my opinion.
With that
said, just like another Aaron Lennon, gets into the right spaces, makes the runs and everything like that, but no end product, no pass, no shot, no.
With that said, I'm gonna have to shoot because I'm gonna have to go and play father to this little madam who's harassing me at the moment, aren't you? Right,
you're a good dad, Josh. Good dad.
I will say goodbye now.
Bye, Winter.
Winter.
And her dad.
Say bye bye.
Bye, Winter and her dad.
Say bye bye. Say bye bye. Wave.
Bye.
Bye, Winter. Bye, sweetie. Bye, Josh.
See you later,
great
guys.
to see you, buddy.
Cheers, Josh.
Good
to see you, man. Come back again, yeah? Cheers, mate.
Cheers, buddy. In a bit.
Good guys. Good guy, that man. let me see who else is
Hey,
coming.
Mick, good morning, buddy.
Trying to catch up on some of these comments. Mick's in the house was crack-a-lacking. Mick, I hope you're doing well. John Fitzpatrick
John's here.
is
Morning, John.
Bob Spur TV was crack-a-lacking.
Great name.
Bobby, he says, I don't know McKennie, mate. Not seen much of him. I don't have an opinion. I look to Will for an opinion as he watches him regularly. There's obviously some back and forth.
I think Will is a very big fan of McKinney, saying that he would slot right in and do well for us. I'm probably misquoting him because, well, I just forget what people say.
Shaq saying what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. I think that might be their home or something, or their second home. Not entirely sure.
Hockey in Dallas in Texas. Yeah.
It is weird. It is weird to have an ice hockey team in Texas, I guess. But it's one of those states that these.
There's one in Vegas, buddy. Come on now.
I know.
Yeah.
It's all crazy. It's all crazy. All right, let me just catch up quickly. Mick saying, how are you? Bob Spurs saying he loves ice hockey. So we're back all the way back to the ice hockey. I need to catch up. I just got back from holiday, Jack. Jason Bell's in the house. Hello, Jason. He says, I was in that top Sunny crew, and I just thought he needed a rest. He was overworked.
Yeah,
I was in
that crew. Yeah, I was definitely stood up.
Same
Yeah.
here.
Turned out we were all wrong, and he pulled it out. Maybe if he had arrested him for a game or two when he didn't score, he might have ended up smashing Mo Salah either way. Statistically,
when Hoybier had the 2-game rest, he was dropped for one and rested for another, and he came back stronger.
Yeah, and
So,
Kulusevski was dropped for Kulusevski was dropped for half a game or 60
Half
minutes.
a game.
Yeah.
And then he came on like, fucking what?
Yeah,
You gonna drop me?
you sit me? You don't sit me.
And I was really upset. And then he didn't play against Wolves, and we
That's
lost.
right. Yeah. That's
Soon
Højbjerg.
brought back though, wasn't he?
He was soon brought back, 100%. And then Kulusevski as well. Kulusevski was dropped for 60 minutes against Leicester,
Yeah.
and then he turned it on, didn't he?
Yeah.
Where were you, my man? I'm not sure if that's aimed at me or what that's about, or who.
I think that's probably the reference to the Dallas thing. Maybe you.
Yeah.
Listen, I spent like I probably did like 40 trips to Dallas in the 3 years
for
I
work?
lived in America. Yeah.
Oh,
The head office of the company I worked for were in Dallas, and so
that's cool.
I was over there. Who is more talented? Who is ASM
ASM.
or Ndombele?
Ass man.
Ass
man. Ass man is more talented than Ndombele.
Brian Hill is the example you're looking for, Sean. Brian Hill, perfect example. Yeah, Brian Hill's a perfect example, Will. You're absolutely spot on.
There you go.
Let me... he's talking to Mick. Sorry, Jack was talking to Mick. Okay. ASM, Will saying, has a 5 goals, 5... I'm not even sure who ASM is. Oh, Alex is St. Maximam. Sorry, of course. Sorry, St. Maximam. Who's better, St. Maximam or...
Yeah.
What did he say?
Ndombele.
On Dembele. Oh, fuck. I don't know.
Oh.
I'd rather have St. Maximam.
For me, I'd rather have St. Maximum.
So Maximin, because he's got all the talent, you know.
And he actually seems like he makes an effort.
He works hard, yeah.
Yeah, he actually makes an effort. That's all I care about. Make a damn effort. It's like I say to the kids all the time, I don't care if you fail something as long as you've tried. If you didn't even try, you failed before you even started. So what's the point then?
Yeah.
All right, listen. I want to leave this next comment with you two to discuss for 2 seconds. I'm busting for a wee. We're going to finish up. We're going to finish up the midfield.
Why can't we go with you? Take the camera.
Well, the doctor did say I shouldn't be lifting.
It's a live stream. You see what I did there? It's live stream.
Okay, so just to finish up the midfield thing,
I don't really want to go to the toilet with Sean, though, to tell you the truth.
All right,
you say that
fine.
now.
We'll let him go alone then.
It's quite an experience, Ellie. Let me leave you with this question. Noise is coming out that Tottenham are reigniting their interest in Mr. Bissouma. He's available for somewhere between 30 and 40 million pound, probably on the higher end of that, according to the football tbrfootball.com, and London World also have asserted that Conte has got him on his top 5 list of midfielders. Yves, I'm not sure how you say his first name, Yves or Yves Bissouma.
Yves Bissouma.
Yves Bissouma, like Yves Saint Laurent. Is he a fashionable item that we should leave in the past, like Yves Saint Laurent, purely because of the things that are hanging over his head legally, whether it's right or wrong, whether or not the girl who's accused him, got the wrong guy or whatever? Is there any? Look, I think we all agree he's a fantastic player, and at 40 million quid, I think there's quite a good value there. But is he someone that you would want at Tottenham ahead of the plethora of other options that are available for the right money? Or does the idea that there is this cloud overhanging his personality something that would worry you? And would it worry Conte enough to, to red flag him? I'm going to start with Ellie. I'm going to disappear and I'll let you, Bobby and Ellie, just discuss it for 2 seconds. I'll be back in literally 10 seconds. Okay, go.
I would personally, Bobby, not want him. I'll tell you why. I would have wanted him if we didn't get Bentancur in. But Bentancur can just do what Basuma can do, plus a bit more, I think, because he can win the ball. He can play the ball quickly. He's very hardworking. But the thing is, we need a creative. That's what I feel. We need a creative midfielder who can create for Sonny and Kane.
I just think Basuma offers a little bit more going forward than what we already have.
Yeah.
And as an attacking option in the midfield, I could see him doing a lot more than the options we have. The thing I really like about him is the price tag.
Yeah, I agree with you,
that's pennies compared to what's in the market right now.
If you look at Højbjerg and Bentancur's stats, they're very progressive with their play. Mm-hmm. They're more progressive than regressive, right? And lately, especially in the last 10 games, they've been pushing hard to get that ball forward more quickly. So we have got that type of player, and Bentancur's got the skills to do. Yeah, but
Bentancur started off very well, and then he tapered off. The last few games, he was almost invisible.
But he's come back again, because against Arsenal, he got that really good flick, and he played.
He was good against Arsenal, and even in the last game with Norwich, he was good. He had some really good passes and stuff like that. He did really good against Norwich. But then we're talking about Norwich, we can't sit here and we can't rate a player based on him doing well against a shit team. That's crazy. But I would like to see Basuma. We didn't play that many
good teams towards the end, did we?
No,
we Arsenal, I don't consider them a good team. And Norwich, rubbish. Burnley.
What are you talking about? They're a great team. They made Europa.
Yeah, there's lots of teams we played towards the end of the season, but the only hard one we had was Liverpool, and that was a great result. And Bentancur stepped up in that game, even though he was a bit unlucky with the deflection. But I think we need a creative, someone who can score goals from midfield as well, which Basuma doesn't offer you. He'll get
but he offers the opportunity to at least get somebody to get the ball up to our front three. That's what I found we were lacking a lot of in the games, where we could, as soon as our wing backs were shut down and we lost the momentum along the way, we couldn't play up the middle. We had nobody to play the ball going through the middle. For some reason, there was no transitional play going through the middle to get the ball up to our front three. Once we phased out the wing backs, our team self-destructed, basically. We had no options, it seems. So for having an option to come in through the midfield, obviously, for me, if you were to ask me, if you put Eriksen and Basuma, who to me are almost similar in terms of what they would bring to the team, I would take Eriksen just because he's on the free. He's a ex-Spurs player. I think he has a passion for the club still. Yeah. I think he still knows, he made a decision years ago to leave. Why? We will never know. He wanted a new challenge. Could it have been affected by his family, his marriage? We don't know. His personal life. Yeah. All these factors, we don't know. The bottom line is he came back to England. Brentford gave him the opportunity. He's grateful. He took that opportunity. He played very well. He didn't sulk. He's never been he tapered off. We had considering what Eriksen gave us for so long, for us to hate the man because he gave us one poor season, as far as I'm concerned, is unjustified and not fair. He was a class act. Even when you watch the documentary, he flat out says, Levy in it addresses him and says, we're offering you the same money as somebody else. This is not about money. And he says, no, this is not about money. He just wanted a new challenge. I don't fault a player for that. If I have an opportunity, now Sean and I speak on a personal level quite a bit. If I have an opportunity to leave my job and go into a parallel job that's offering the same money, same everything to me, but I have a feeling the grass might be greener on the other side now, because I know I've seen what this has to offer. So let me go see what this has to offer now. There's no change for me. The only change is location. So why wouldn't I want to take that opportunity to further my life? At the time, he was a guy in his mid-20s.
What player are you talking about? Sorry?
We'll start talking about
Yeah.
Ericsson. Yeah. So
Okay.
we're just saying that this was a guy that in his 20s. He's a child, guys. A child. Yes, he's a professional footballer, but mentally he's a child still. He's a young man still in his 20s. Like I look back at my 20s and the stupid ass decisions I made. The man chose to make a decision that he thought might potentially be better for his family. So he left. With the Basuma thing, my only issues are that the money that's required, yes, he is a cheaper option than what's out there when you compare it to the fact that Ward-Prowse is 100 million, Savage is 100 million. All these other guys out there, they want ridiculous money for. Basuma at 30, 40 million is a steal. The baggage that he could potentially come with needs to be addressed as far as I'm concerned first.
I gotta be honest. I'm just looking at the chat here, guys.
Yeah.
I can't
That's
see
what
a
I'm
single.
saying.
There's
Will
not a
Stewart's
single
just
person
backed up
here.
What I said.
There is not. I didn't hear what you said, Ellie. So I'll give you the chance to summarize it quickly.
Yeah.
But
She doesn't think Basuma offers anything really.
there's not a single person in the. I think maybe the only person in the chat of 110 people. There's not a single person here that wants Basuma.
No.
Apart from Kutlono Pena. I'd love to know where you're from, Kutlono. You're always in the chat, and I'm sure I butcher your name. Let me know if I'm getting your name right. Is it Kutlono? I don't know where you're from. Please let me know. But
I think you might have it right there. Kutlono Pena.
Kutlono, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Let us know if we're destroying it. Dave, the Irish Hotspurs, also saying he doesn't want Basuma. The bottom dude is saying doesn't want Basuma. Jack Kanicki doesn't want Basuma.
There is better option.
Will Stewart doesn't want Basuma.
Yeah.
I'm like, you guys all want James Ward-Prowse, but you don't want Basuma. For me, if the Basuma, if you don't want him because there's the cloud overhanging his personality, then I get that, and that's fair, and I think that's fine. We don't want people that can, be toxic, and if that's the rationale, fine. But
so that's why I was saying, like, we got to basically we'll take Ericsson rather over Basuma for free as well.
But Christian Eriksen was also, and I heard what you said, like, people in their 20s make a mistake. I get it, but footballers have to grow up a lot faster than the average person.
Yes,
footballers have to, and footballers should have people around them that are reminding them from the age of 17, 18. You're not the average 18-year-old. You can't go out pissing it up against the wall. You've got a career, a very short-lived career. So I'd imagine that whilst the intelligence,
they're not all gifted with that, Sean. Not everybody has the right support system.
I get it, but I would put Christian Eriksen in the bucket of people that would have that and that would be more intelligent. I'm not saying that I don't want Christian Eriksen, because I do think the transfer makes a lot of sense. Financially, it makes more sense than it doesn't. If you can structure the deal in a way where you're on a pay as you play to some degree, and lower the wage, and you haven't got to pay any signing fees for him, then why wouldn't you get him? However, I think there's a fairly decent slab of Tottenham fans who have got long memories, and they don't want to, but they don't want to forgive, right? Because he did down tools. He didn't care. He wasn't going in for challenges. He didn't want to get injured. He was like, I'm not going to get injured. I want to get my move to Milan or wherever it was. And he wasn't going in for 50-50s. He didn't do anything in the last year of his contract. So even in the Champions League year, he'd already made his mind up. Whatever happened, he was leaving, and he was still participating in the Champions League run-in, but he still wasn't going in with any kind of level of big challenges. So I'd understand people that here's what I'll summarize. If people don't want Basuma because of the personality that is allegedly attached to him, even though it's not confirmed, versus they do want Christian Eriksen despite the personality that we saw that was confirmed, then I would challenge that narrative, because
good point.
An allegation doesn't mean it's the fact, but we all saw that Christian Eriksen did drop the ball. Now, if you're willing to forgive Christian Eriksen, then you should at least be willing to to
Yeah.
hope that the Suma there was no
Give
truth
him the
to what
benefit
was.
of the doubt. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough.
I
Fair
was
enough. Good
always
point.
taught to be very forgiving, right? And when Ericsson, that 7 years he gave us, and the last 6 months he did down tools. So I can understand fans' reasoning behind that they don't want to forgive him, but he gave us 7 brilliant years and we didn't win a trophy, and he just wanted to test the waters abroad. He had the opportunity and he went. So probably he regrets it now. You know, I would imagine that he regretted, some part of him regretted it, because we offered him the same money, like you said, Sean. Levy offered him the same money, which I missed that part of the documentary. So I made a comment which was
Yeah,
false
he's
before.
in there. He's specifically sitting there. It's when they're in an office,
I missed
and he
that
specifically
part.
says to him that this is not about money. We've offered you the same money you've been offered. Levy says that to Ericsson, and Ericsson says yes. This is not. I want a new challenge. This is all about. So I don't remember, of course, what part it's at, but I remember that specifically in watching that part of it, and that's why I was kind of like, okay, so this is, maybe it's not about money kind of thing, because we all at the beginning, that's why I almost got on the hate of him, that, you know, oh, this is all about money. You're just another greedy footballer kind of thing. But when I saw that that's not what it was about, I actually I found a new respect for him personally. That I can appreciate somebody wanting a new challenge.
Also, you've got to remember, he had a heart attack, the poor man. He died for 5 minutes, I think they said he died. So I think he's got a new lease of life now.
A lease on life, and he might have an appreciation.
A new outlook on life.
And that's and that's where I was going to go to. Yeah,
ready to jump on his back to say you're not fit to play.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of people out there, they doubt him. So I think he'll want to prove them all wrong.
Yeah,
I think he has proven them wrong.
I think he has. Yeah, exactly. With what he's done at Brentford,
and also he's got to claim that number 23 shirt back off, but Stephen Bergwijn.
Yes.
So we can stick.
Where did Brentford end up finishing?
11th.
Sorry?
Let's have a look.
11th? That high?
Brentford did really well, didn't they? Let's have a look.
Wow.
I could be wrong. Hang on. They finished 13th.
Still, for a team that was expected to be relegated.
Well, listen, Brentford are a model of football. They've got a tiny stadium.
He helped them.
They've done really, really, and Brentford move forward every single season. We were talking about Aston Villa earlier.
Good for them.
Aston Villa are doing really well, right? They managed to convince Diego Carlos and Kamara to come to them. You convinced Diego Carlos to leave Champions League football in Spain and come to the Premier League to essentially fight for a team that were there or thereabouts. They only finished with 45 points, 5 points off of the usual mark for Champions League, and for relegation. And they were only 7 points ahead of Leeds United at the end of the season. So. I'm very quick to say that I'm praise where it's due from an ownership model. Aston Villa have done wonderful things. Like they're making moves and they're doing it early, and it's incredibly, it's good to see. It's really good to see. But they made a lot of moves last season as well, and it didn't work out so well for them. So I wonder whether or not Aston Villa have the propensity to be the next Everton. And overspend. Well, I wonder. A lot of people are looking at Aston Villa saying, "Well, why can't we make early moves?" And I'm part of that narrative. But Everton spent a lot of money, didn't go anywhere. Aston Villa are spending money, and it hasn't worked out. Steven Gerrard didn't exactly have. Well,
we've addressed this, Sean. We've talked about this before. This isn't about the board and Levy spending money. This to me has come down to the board and Levy and the scouting department getting it right. Stop, you keep changing systems. We keep changing managers and bringing in players that don't fit the systems, that don't fit the managers. And then on top of that, poor recruitment, like the money we spent on Ndombele and Lo Celso, we're not getting that back. It's crazy how much we've lost, right? So I missed that first part of his comment. What did he say, Jack?
Who's? Jack?
Jackson.
Like I said on David's channel last night.
Oh, okay,
yeah. Players for Conte, the ones that Conte feels that is going to fill and make.
Say your clip again, Ellie, because I thought it was great. And Jack and Dave in the clip that I saw. Yeah, in the clip that I saw, Jack and Dave didn't.
He actually convinced us as fans, and he convinced the players that they're good enough to make top 4. He put that heart in their souls. Look at Ben Davies, bloody remarkable turnaround of that player. It's an incredible season that he had.
Yeah.
Bar one slip when he did against Southampton, but that was the rain. You can't blame him for that. The rain made him slip, but what an incredible, brilliant season he had. That game against Liverpool especially. How many blocks did he put in? He's putting his body on the line.
Sorry, who are you talking
Amazing.
about?
Ben Davies.
Oh, Ben Davies. Yeah, we haven't even spoke about that one yet. I saved the whole defense conversation so we can move. We started with the wing backs. We moved into the midfield. I think we can move forward. So just before we move forward, there's someone else who wants to come into the conversation. So I'm going to bring him in. And then before that, just to summarise, we've talked about the wing backs with Bobby and Josh. The midfield, are we summarising here that everybody in the comments thinks that Bissouma is a no-go? I'm actually surprised by that. I've got to be honest. I would be okay with it as long as
I actually would be okay too for 30 million, and considering what's available, I really like Bissouma. I think but mind you, the only time I've ever seen him play is against us, and every time he plays against us, he's done well.
Yeah, I really like him. I also don't have any problem with signing Eriksen back either. You know, just to clarify my point, I was just using the two about the narrative of like if you're okay with one, and I'm not sure why you shouldn't be okay with the other.
That makes sense. Yeah, if we could forgive one thing, we should be able to forgive another. Yeah,
especially as the one we're talking about with Bissouma isn't even a fact; it's just an allegation. So,
but to be fair, Sean, the facts of what Eriksen did are much
nothing
compared to if this is factual and true, what he's done with this girl.
Then of course, no go. Yeah,
hell
100%.
no. We're better off getting
100%.
We're better off signing Greenwood.
You know what? That might have been sorted out internally in the club, you know, because when you think about it, Bissouma was dropped for quite a number of games, and then he brought him back. So there must be something that's happened. Some light has been spread personally in the club.
Yeah.
Started playing him again, and he marked Harry Kane out of the game. I was at that game.
Listen, Bissouma's a fucking phenomenal player. Like, if there was no cloud overhanging his head, I think everybody in the comments, I'd imagine, would say yes, please, especially at that price. Oh, Ellie's internet's kicking in. Let me take this opportunity then, whilst Ellie's reloading. And for whatever reason, guys, I think these naked HD XYZ things, I think they figured out a way to screw me because I can't block them. Every time I try to press block user, there's a problem with StreamYard, so I can't do anything about that. But I want to bring the next guest in. Ladies and gentlemen. Let's find out who it is.
All right, next contestant, spin the wheel again, please.
Guys, you know him as the man who used to put numbers in his name.
Yes.
Until I pointed out that he put numbers in his name and then he changed his name to put his name into other things like Kumasevsky. And then after that season, he's now moved back into putting numbers in his name. He is the inmate of the Tottenham community. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for is Cuba99.
Ooh.
How you doing, Coop?
Changed my name again just because of that. By the way, big up everyone. Great to see you again, Bob. We haven't been on stream with you for ages, mate.
It's been ages. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, buddy.
Sorry.
One of our greatest supporters is Ellie.
Oh,
always so good with the team, no matter
with
what.
Everybody,
the players are.
Every channel too. Fantastic.
Sean, with those that XYZ whatever one, the reason you're getting an error is because I've been blocking them for you.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Trying
okay.
to catch it. The trouble is they keep changing their account, so
Oh, okay. I appreciate that. I
keep
did, yeah.
blocking
Okay.
each one as they come in.
Nice,
Yeah,
nice. I
naughty
didn't realize you were in the
people.
background.
I
didn't
actually,
see
you
in
know
the
what? To
background
be
for
honest with you guys, I'm personally, for me personally, I'm hoping that my kids' channel gets to the point where we can get porn starting to be spammed on it. So
It is a rite of passage. It's a rite of passage for sure. Once you get to about 30,
I mean, you
can
made
go-
it, baby.
Yeah,
Porn
you made
spam on your channel. What? Kids, look. We got dirty porn. We got dirty porn. That would be Christian's new song instead of "We Scored a Goal." Ellie loves that one.
That's just lazy parenting. So you don't need to have that talk.
Nice.
Actually,
nice.
Christian sings "We won a game" or "We got a goal," and I'll be singing "We got porn. We got porn."
Shake it. Hey, shake
Oh,
it.
yeah. Sorry, Mama K's gonna wonder why I'm streaming 3 hours every day all of a sudden.
Yeah, you're not streaming. You're doing something else. Close the door. Close the door.
Close the door. Why is the door always locked?
I
I hear a lot of hammering downstairs. What's that?
Why are you going through so much Kleenex? It must be really emotional nowadays.
Right, let's get
midlife
back
crisis.
to it.
I'm crying a lot.
Ever since that, the numbers have just dropped by 20 people. Ever since that little rendition, so we're gonna get Bobby Spur TV is saying he's been saying for a few weeks. I'll come to you, Cooper, on this one first. I've been saying for a few weeks on In the Wall now. Villa have money, and you don't bring Gerrard in and don't back him. 33-1 for Europa League qualification. Oh, she's gone again. You know what? I need to find a way to support Ellie with her resurgence of her internet. Her Wi-Fi is awful. Whoever she's paying for her Wi-Fi, it's there's something wrong. She drops in and drops out all the time. Kuva, 33-1. 33-1 for Europa League qualification. I mean, that's fucking good value in that bet, I think. But at the same time, you have to be 7th to qualify. Oh, is it 6th? 6th to qualify for the Europa League. You've already got Man United. You've already got City, Chelsea, Liverpool, Tottenham. Hopefully, they're going to be definitely in there. And then you've got Arsenal, Man United, West Ham, Wolves, maybe Newcastle. Although, I want to talk about this in a second. And then maybe you can look at Aston Villa and think that they're the next ones in there. So there's 2 spots that you could split between 6 or 7 teams. That's probably the reason why the bet is quite pricey. It's not a bad bet. I like it, actually, Bobby. I might put it on there. What do you think, Kuva? You're a gambling man, aren't you?
Yeah, on a lightweight sort of scale, I think. But it's just a tough one now. I brought up the subject a few weeks back as well about that quote from Wenger saying about top 4 is a trophy, basically. When he said it was a ridiculous thing to say because it was the same 4 teams making the top 4 all the time anyway. It didn't really mean anything. Nowadays, that's got a lot more value to it, that statement. And just any European spot now, there are so many teams pushing for it. As you said, Man United, West Ham, there's going to be Newcastle pushing up. Of course, those plucky gooners that can't make Champions League. I mean, they're going to be dying for Europa because they can't get anything else.
Sorry, Sean, I'm back
So he could be looking at, like as you said, it could be 6, maybe even 7 teams competing for 2 spots there. It's crazy.
Or more like 12 teams essentially competing for European spots in total, right? When you factor in the first 5 or 4 or 5, it's mad. Next season's going to be super competitive. But I do want to ask you, Kuva, right? The fact that Aston Villa signed the Karai, Kamara, and what the fuck's his name? The guy from
Coutinho on a
no. The guy yesterday from Spain.
I remember it. Diego
Carlos. Thank you. Sorry, my mind went blank. Both of those players were on Newcastle's shortlist.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Does that say to you guys that maybe the Newcastle, the attraction of Newcastle isn't quite as compelling as It could be if both teams bid the same amount of money for Diego Carlos, and Diego Carlos was willing to give up Champions League football in Spain to come to the UK, and then decided to play for Aston Villa, who, let's be honest, were in for at least a little bit of the season a relegation battle. Yet they chose to go to Steven Gerrard's Chelsea, Steven Gerrard's Villa, rather than the Newcastle rebuild. Like, does that should we be thinking maybe Newcastle's not quite as attractive for some of these top players as we think?
Possibly. It could also be that Newcastle have just got their sights set elsewhere as well, and they're just not that interested as we thought in some of these players. It's a hard one to gauge, that one. I mean, Villa have been a sleeping giant for decades as well, same as Newcastle and ourselves in some ways. So there's a lot of potential in going to any of these clubs at the moment. I think there's a certain pull with Steven Gerrard at the moment, though, because he's such a high-profile player and he did a cracking job at Rangers.
He didn't do a fantastic job at Villa, did he? Like, they finished 15th. Where did they finish? 14th. They finished 14th and 45 points.
Yeah,
it wasn't blow your mind stuff,
to start with. Yeah,
you know?
I don't think the Villa squad was as good as people were giving him credit for at the time. I think he is starting to address that quite quickly now. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one.
Sorry, you just missed your comment there, Kuva.
Where is it? Hang on, I'll bring it back up.
Derek Smith. I think it was Smith, Derek.
Oh, yeah.
And in the words of the great Bobster, yeah.
Ian Ferguson saying Villa's going to surprise a lot of people next season.
I think so. I think they're going to do a lot better than what they did this year. I think Gerrard, with a bit of time, is not as bad as everybody's making him out to be.
I think they're doing what a lot of people wanted us to do. They seem to be buying quality rather than quantity. And in the long run, that is the way to go. You want to upgrade your first team players significantly rather than just bolster a squad that perhaps isn't challenging at a high enough level. So be interesting to see that what happens at Villa. I think they could. That 33-1's not a bad bet. I agree.
Not a bad bet. Yeah. I'd like to check out what the bet is for Newcastle to do the same. It's probably shorter odds, if I'm honest. But I think you might be onto something there, Bob Spur. Ben Kaufman saying 99 watching. Also, my number three member. My number 3 member. Big up, Benny boy. I love you, mate. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, guys, it's 100 people watching. If you want to support the channel, other than super chat, you can do super chats, but we always we bring up every comment anyway, so you haven't got to do that. But if you do want to support the channel, then of course you can also do the membership option. It's there in the thing. No pressure, no push. I'm not too worried about it either way. I just love bringing the content to you. But if you do want to support the channel like Ben did, and also the other 2 people, who are they? They are, of course, On Your Bike Scott, my man, the number 1 guy who I love to pieces, and Stevie Boomy, who I haven't actually seen in the comments. He joined as a member, and he hasn't actually been in the comments ever since. So I've never met him or spoken to him. So big up to him as well. If you guys want to join, you're more than welcome to. Mean the world to me. Zaina, haven't seen you before, my love. How are you? Aston Villa player profile confuses me. It's quite easy to know what players are. The profile of clubs. It seems like they just try to sign everyone.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Yeah, I think that's what's just saying a minute ago. I think their squad's quality isn't as good as perhaps what people were saying before. So signing everyone, because literally there's so many people are a big upgrade on what they've currently got. I mean, there's a few players you can pick out I really like John McGinn, I think's an excellent player. But there's a lot of definite upgrades available. They seem to be, if they're cherry picking the right areas where they need the biggest upgrade, they could really do something next season. There's 33-1, possibly worth a punt, isn't it?
Would you back them even more, Kuva, or come to you first this one if they got Luis Suarez?
Suarez, wow. Is that true?
Yeah, no, Suarez obviously he's left. I forget who he plays for right now. Is it Barcelona still? Or forget where he is.
I thought he was at Atletico, wasn't he?
Of course, sorry, my bad. Atletico Madrid, but his contract's expired. He said goodbye, and now he's a free agent. I'm not sure how old he is.
He now 33, 34.
Shit, man, 33, 34. Yeah, I'll take him as a free agent, man, as a backup.
Undoubted ability.
He'll add that bite we need.
Yeah, he will.
Very good. Very good, Bobby.
I have my moments. That's probably it now for a week, so I'll see you guys next week now.
Yeah. Let's chew on that one for a while, shall we? So Luis Suarez, 35 years old. He's definitely coming to his end of his career, looking for a last payday. Maybe that's what Aston Villa's attraction is. Maybe they're willing to pay for these, Coutinho's, these Suarez. Maybe they're looking to, for the here and now. I don't know.
They're smart options. Yeah. If you can get them on the right wage.
Then again, he might just dental plans for other transfers.
Yeah.
Dental plans.
Yeah. Nice. Wait a minute. Is Luis Suarez just a filling for other gaps?
No, do you know what? Especially with the 5 transfers coming in, Sean. 5 transfers. It's important to have a strong, experienced bench as well.
Oh, the 5
subs.
The 5 subs.
I'm certainly not enamelled with his name coming up though.
Enamored. Nice one.
Yeah, very nice. If they do really well, they might win the league, and then you can put the crown on them. As I'm lowered it now.
I read that one on Sports Molar.
I'm not chewing at the bit.
Oh, we're here all day, ladies and gentlemen. We're here all day.
All day.
It's just insider information.
I wanted to make one point, actually. Historically, the best teams who win things don't add too many players to their squad.
They add the right ones, though, Ellie.
They add the right ones. They pick.
And that's what we have not done.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what we have not done, and that's why even the people. But even that's why I say, and I go back and I say, like, we're all sitting here saying, whatever Conte wants, Conte get. Whatever Conte wants, Conte. I'm sorry, but we fucked this up 6 years ago when we didn't get Pochettino what Pochettino wanted. Had we started this build then, God knows where we would be right now. But, some people are going to argue, well, better late than never. 21 years that they put this off. They finally got it right. Well, there's still, that sits as a sour pill in my mouth. I know it does with a lot of other people too, but I am still very excited about what the future holds. It just pisses me off on how long and the route we've taken to finally get to this point.
Yeah.
So I just hope now that we've taken the steps to get us to reminding the board that we are a football club, and that little green thing in the middle of the stadium is for those guys to run around and kick a ball on. Let's hope that they support them by putting the right players out there now. Yeah. It's still up in the air. We really don't know what's going to happen with this off season, who we're going to get in. But when you look at the list of players that's available, and some really, really good cheap options are available for us, that would be major upgrades on our team. Yeah. The fact that we know he keeps saying the magic number is 6. I think with the outgoings, I could see us bringing in 8-10 new faces and really giving us an overhaul. And the fans' biggest problem being, which kit am I going to buy? What name am I going to get on the kit? Because there's going to be so many options. That's what I'm hoping for.
Talking about those options, talking about those things, we've spoken a lot about midfielders and a lot about wing backs. There's 2 divisions we haven't spoken about yet, centre backs and strikers, right? And we're going to do that right now. Before we get to that, first super chat of the day, and it's from my man, my brother,
big up Jack.
Jack Kanicki says he didn't do much better than Dean Smith. Thank you so much for the super chat, Jack. Means the world to
me, man. That's true, though.
Really
He's true. He didn't.
Well, Dean Smith. What? This is the ex-Norwich guy, right? Dean Smith.
Yeah.
He got
Well,
fired.
he's at Norwich now.
He's at Norwich now.
He's at
And he was-
Norwich now, yeah.
It was previous Villa, right? So
Yeah.
yeah.
And
I
previous
mean,
to that.
he didn't come in and wow
Okay.
anybody like Frank Lampard. Frank Lampard celebrating Everton like when they stayed up on the last game of the season, and he was going around like fist pumping, and the Everton fans when they did the pitch invasion.
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
He was promised a steak though if he stayed up. That's why.
well, but Everton were higher in the
Bastard.
league when what's his name got fired. He was far higher up in the league, and
Derek
he came
Smith
in, dropped them down,
or Dean Smith.
managed to keep them up, and look, you know, Everton probably needed to celebrate because if they'd gone down, they wouldn't be a club next year. They'd be in administration.
But
Such
to be
is the peril.
fair, if you as a player are offered to come on and play under a legend that is Steven Gerrard or come play for Dean Smith, player pulling power goes more in Gerrard's favor. So if you're going to look at them just managerial wise, I don't think one's better than the other.
Eddie Howe, more than Eddie Howe.
Well, I'm talking about just at Villa. Like if you had Dean Smith in charge of Villa or Gerrard, I think
Correct,
under Gerrard they've got a better opportunity to get in a Coutinho and a Luis Suarez and players that were marquee players that are kind of trailing off now, but still have a little something to offer. Versus, I don't think you're not exciting people when you're saying come play for Dean Smith. Just like at Newcastle, I think at Newcastle, if we had somebody like Pochettino to offer, a Ten Hag or a Conte to offer, the amount of players that you would see them linked with would be vaster, and the quality of players would be significantly higher. Sorry, Ellie, I cut you off there. What were you saying, dear?
No, it's okay. I was just chipping in because I think that's where a lot of players go wrong. Because a lot of shit players have become fantastic managers. Right, you've got Klopp.
And a lot of fantastic
Mourinho.
players. A lot of
Mourinho.
fantastic players have become shit managers.
Yes.
That's what I'm
Gary
saying.
Neville.
That's it.
Teddy Sheringham.
Really
Yeah.
bad. Thierry Henry went to Monaco, got them relegated.
Oh God,
You
got
know?
him relegated.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
But that was
So,
actually nice to see.
yeah, it was. Poor Monaco, but we were glad
Yeah.
that Henry was the one who took them
Yeah,
down.
nothing against Monaco. I got nothing. Yeah.
Well,
I have
but
no
Ellie,
reason to
Ellie,
hate
let me ask you this, right? So Irish Hotspur has come in and he's saying, and someone else mentioned it as well, that maybe Newcastle weren't really after Carlos that much. Maybe they were after, maybe they still after Sven Botman, and maybe we could bring that back to Tottenham. In as much as the Pau Torres thing, where Pau Torres looks like he's going to Man United, maybe it's not because he's rejected Tottenham. Maybe it's because Tottenham are setting their sights on Bastoni, which is where I want to bring the conversation to in a moment. But so are we giving a little bit too much praise to Aston Villa for being able to get Diego Carlos ahead of Newcastle? If what Irish Hotspur is saying, and somebody else said it as well. I can't find it now, but that maybe Diego Carlos was on Newcastle's list, but maybe they weren't really going after him. They're going after Sven Botman. So are we too soon to maybe to challenge the pulling power of Newcastle right now?
Yeah, it's always
yeah.
good to,
Money
it's
talks,
always
man.
good to- yeah, it's always good to fly under the radar, and pinch that player that you really actually want. Like we wanted Fernandes, didn't we? Yeah, and he went to Man United in the end because Levy cocked it up. But with Diaz, we were full on that we wanted him. And then Liverpool wanted him from last season as well. They just flew in, got their man, and flew out. We didn't get anybody. So sometimes it's good to stay on the low ground, and play your cards right to get the man that you really do want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think there's a pool of players that fit the profile of what you're looking for in a certain position. Other clubs are going to be well aware of these players as well. And no one club is going to sign all of them. So there is room for the likes of Villa to go in and get a Carlos, and then Newcastle get Botman, we get a Bastoni, United get Pau Torres. It all fits. It's that there's several options in each one. I mean, Jack Kanicki's come up in the comments. He's run an entire channel on Flat Cap Euro Talk about just looking at player profiles and who we could get. And there's several options in each of these positions. So it's like it's quite an interesting thing to bear in mind, that you might not have a first option or a first primary target. There might just be a pool of players you'd be happy with any one of them from it. I think in Bastoni's case, he is a primary target, though. So there's an exception to that kind of idea. I think that's because of the strong link he has with Conte, though. But there's players about, there's players around, and clubs can get them. It's not a problem.
Okay, well let's move on then. Let's move on for the main topic of or the main category of players we haven't spoken about yet is strikers and defenders. Let's start with centre backs. We'll be going for another. My day has to start in the next 45 minutes. So the max we can go for is 45 minutes more. But I love talking to you. It's been a great show so far. Centre backs. Bastoni, right? I'm going to start with this one. I'm going to just kind of give the information as I know it so far, and then I'll hand it round to you guys, the panel, and then let you debate it out. So we've obviously looking like we're missing out on Pau Torres, which is fine. Bastoni's coming in. As far as I can figure it out from what I've read on Twitter sphere, is that Inter Milan need to finish this summer with a 60 million euro surplus. They have to, for financial fair play or for whatever their sustainability requirements are, and they need to raise money. They need to sign players. They need to sell players to raise money to sign players, and still finish with a 60 million euro surplus. The reason why that is important is because Tottenham are looking for two players from them at least. One of them is Bastoni, obviously looking at also at Ivan Perisic. On top of that, our next player player of theirs that we used to look for was Skriniar. Bastoni would come to Tottenham. They said that they need to sell him or sell somebody to raise money to buy Gleison Bremer, who is also a player that's been linked with Tottenham. I can't imagine us getting both. I can either see us going after Bremer or going after Bastoni. Inter have said they need to sell Bastoni before they can go after Bremer. They want 51 or 54 million euros for Bastoni.
51.
And Tottenham are 51 million. Thanks, mate. And Tottenham are at the foreground. Manchester United are also after him, right? Bayern Munich apparently are also after him, even though I don't know where Bayern Munich are going to get the money from. Is this even worth? I'll come to you first on this one, Kuba. Then I'll come down to Bobby, and then over to you, Ellie. I've got to jump downstairs again quickly for 2 seconds just to let my dog out. But is Bastoni someone where there's no point in haggling, right? Or do we just have to just pay the fucking money, structure it how you want, but pay the fucking money, Kuba, and then when we get him in, if we get him in, that will allow them to then buy Bremer, which obviously means we won't be able to replace Dyer with Bremer. Maybe that means we can then buy De Vrij from Juventus. I'm going to let you fill in the holes with that conversation, but start with Bastoni. Is there any point in haggling? Do we just pay the fucking money and get it done? Or is there a bigger plan here?
Pay the money. This bloke's just utter quality. He's also got the youth on his side. Conte loves him. He loves Conte. He's a future star for Italy. He's already breaking into the Italian first team, and he's looks like one of their mainstay defenders for some time to come, maybe in the next 10 years or so. If we miss out on him just for the sake of a few million, it'll be a tragic mistake. If that means we miss out on someone like Bremer to go alongside him, which would be fantastic, then so be it. I mean, there's like the likes of De Vrij, a cheaper option, is still a very good player. And that's somebody that would come in and fill Eric Dyer's role, perhaps. There are options out there, but Bastoni, if you get an opportunity to sign a player like that, you've got to take it. He might turn us down, but if he does, let's not make it because the club rejected the offer. Simple as that, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not put ourselves in a position to lose the player. Let's give him, every opportunity to sign on the dotted line. Like you said, Kuba, whatever they want, just pay it. Just stop fucking around, stop nickel and diming and everything like that. Even when we're getting rid of players, the fact that when I saw that valuation of trying to sell Winks for 25 million originally, I thought that was just absolutely insane. But then when we look at the valuations, if James Ward-Prowse is going for 100 million, 25 million for Winks isn't that that unrealistic now. But for Bastoni, 51 million euro for like everything you just said, Kuva, the age, the ability, the fact that he's played in Conte, he knows the system. Every box is a check mark. Check. So stop pissing around. The last check mark left is the signature on the actual check. Get it over. Let's get the deal done. Let's start making the moves that we need to beforehand. No more waiting till the last day of the transfer window nonsense. Let's not lose our targets to other teams. This man is Conte's number one target. It's been made very clear. It's not something that's just come up. It's been made clear for months. We all know Inter's situation with the money as well. When we look at our team, would our team be better improved with Latour Martinez, or would it be greatly improved with Bastoni? To me, Bastoni is the far better buy, because we know Conte wants to shore up his defense. He is confident with his team from the midfield going forward. So let's give him the tools he wants then. Like we're all saying right now, back Conte, whatever Conte wants. Well, then if that's the case, give the man what he wants. If it's Bastoni is number one, you get Bastoni in right away. You know, no more messing around. Get the paperwork done. Let's get this kid over into England. Let's get the preseason kicking off. Let's get him ready. For me personally, midfielders, attackers from Germany, defenders from Italy. I don't think you can go wrong in terms of slotting in and being ready to play in the Premiership.
Ellie?
Yeah.
Hey.
I fucking love your hat, by the way. I didn't realise you had actually a picture of Sonny underneath as well. It's brilliant.
Yeah, look, see? Look at that.
Oh no, I never noticed that. That's actually cool. That's wicked.
Cool.
Yeah, I remember seeing the sun thing. Oh, that's actually really cool.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
Unusual hat where
agree
you
with
keeping the sunny in your eyes.
Hey.
Hey!
No, he's the apple of my eye.
Uh-oh. Oh, she's back.
No, she's gone.
Ah, damn it.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we bring Ellie back in, we got another guest coming in with some fresh. He's been waiting patiently in the background. He wanted to get on board the other, like the midfield conversation, the wing-back conversation, but he's missed all that stuff. Now he's going to have to deal with the centre-back and the strikers, the last two areas to talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, let's find out who it is.
All right, next contestant, spin the wheel again, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, you might know him as any one of 400 possible variations, standard deviations away from his actual name. I call him Rangitorino.
Uncle Ranjit.
He's the Mexican version of the Indian love child of Barry, Nick, and everyone else. Please welcome Rangitorino.
Hey! What's up, Uncle Ranjit? I love it. Rangitorino.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, can I just say what I was going to say about...
Please say what you were going to say. Of course, please.
My internet keeps on crashing. I'm going to contact Sky.
Ellie, I'm gonna get you a new internet. I'll figure it out with you. We need to get you upgraded to whatever you are on.
I mean? Yeah.
You need to go.
Right,
if you're on Virgin, we need to take you to like I don't know, like Town Bicycle, something a bit more experienced in the art of internet.
Keep throwing me out. What I was going to say, the best form of attack is defence. All right, and Conte, he wants to shore up our defence, because I was looking at our stats and we let in 5 more goals, I think, than last season. I think, if I'm correct, if I remember correctly. But also, Bastoni, he will gel well because he's a similar age with Romero as well. And he's got similar experience, and they'll grow together like Jan and Toby did. And they'll forge a really strong partnership, I feel. And I think because he's Conte's number one target, just pay the money, get him in, no quibbling, just get that money on the table.
Ellie?
No. Ellie, screw you, Sky. Let the woman talk. This is sexism on the part of the internet provider.
She's got to sort that out. Her internet is the worst internet I've ever seen. I've never known an internet provider as bad as her.
She's in London as well,
it's not like
is she
she
not?
lives in Antarctica.
I was going to say, she lives in London. It's not like she's out north or something or in the middle of nowhere.
It's madness. Madness.
Get a paper cup and some string.
All right, let me bring in Ranjit Reno on this one.
Ranjit, is that you? Ranjit, hello, Ranjit.
I'm good, mate. I'm very well. A big up actually to On Your Bike Scott, because I haven't seen him in the chat, and
Massive big up to him.
I met him I can't remember what game it was, and I was walking around the south stand. He went, Barry. Of course, I just turned round out of thingy, and big up On Your Bike Scott. So we will.
Oh, he saw you.
Yeah. He called me out in the. You know, like when we're with Ben and when we're with Ben and Sim, and it's just like you're having a conversation. All of a sudden,
have
a picture. Can we have the?
You got recognised. You got recognised.
Yeah, I got recognised, mate. So big time On Your Bike Scott. Big up.
Big time.
Yeah, nice. Big time.
No, not
big time. Big time.
Don't you start this, Bobby.
Big time, Barry.
Big time.
Big time,
Barry. Big time, Barry.
That's the new name. It's Big
time,
Barry.
It's big time in the house. It's big time. There we go. We got a song for him too, buddy.
just before I hear your opinion, I just want to say Will and AV Troops is having. We've been going for nearly 3 hours, and AV Troops and Will have been going back and forth
for 4 hours. We've been going for 3 hours. They've been fighting for 4 hours.
They're still going. They're still going.
They're still going.
All right.
That doesn't sound like Will.
When's the wedding?
So Ian Ferguson saying just play the bloody cash, get him in, and say other things fall into
place.
place.
Yeah, buddy.
Barry,
on Ian.
How do you feel, Barry?
About what? Where were you at?
Sorry, we were talking about Bastoni.
Bastoni.
Yeah, look. So I just seen
51 million.
Yeah.
I've just seen a tweet, right, and saying that Tottenham are very much ahead of City for Bastoni. Official bid expected in the coming days. Perisic has asked for more time to consider his future. Spurs prefer Perisic to Kostic. Will sign one, not both.
What?
And apparently Zinchenko is also of interest, because I saw today that Man City are interested in Cucurella. So, but for 45 million, I don't necessarily think that's. We shouldn't be paying 45 million for Cucurella. He's better than what we've got, but I don't think he's that much better than what we've got, considering there's other options on the table for cheaper, whether that's Perisic or Kostic, depending on where you look. So, yeah, there could be some more movements, but I agree with you. I think, look, we need to, if this is who we're going at and this is what we want, let's just get it done. So, but like with everything, we're going to be linked to 4,000, 5,000 players,
7,000.
More than we already have done since the season finished, and this 150 million or to be used on and off the pitch. So that's probably 1 million on the pitch and 149 million off the pitch. So yeah.
Sean, do you mind if I ask one quick question here? Now you just said Cucurella 45 million, and we know it's been touted as getting rid of Reguilon for 42 million. So in reality, if it's just a 3 million gap in difference,
Bobby, it's not though, because we actually never paid a penny for Reguilon.
Right? So he's just strictly loaned. We haven't paid any.
We haven't paid a penny, right? So what came out last week was that whatever we initially paid for him, it was 25 million, whatever it was. Part of the deal, part of Levy's magic wand was that we get 2 years of free, basically 2 years of loan for free, and then we only start paying them in the summer of 22. So if we were to sell him for 25 million now, that money would literally just go back to Real Madrid for the money, whatever. I can't even remember what the money was that we actually.
But I thought it was around 40 or 42 million. Isn't that the number for selling him?
Well, it might be, and if it is, we'll keep the difference. But essentially,
so 25 to them, and hypothetically, let's say 40, 15 to us then.
15 million to us, maybe.
So we'd still have to put up another 30 to get somebody like Cucurella in then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Then it's not worth it.
Well, I like Cucurella though. I think Cucurella.
I do too. I think he's fantastic, and everybody knows he looks like Brian Daigle with a wig.
He doesn't look anything like Brian Daigle. It's madness. It's an insane thing. I don't know. I don't even know why.
We better get Cody Mack in here because we've got to work on his photo edits then. Because
it's not close enough for me to think it's a looky-likey or even like a doppelganger. But listen, let's focus on this. Let's stay on the centre backs. Rangi Torino, would you? Let's presume that everyone wants Bastoni coming in. Would you then be happy if that was it? If our starting back three next season, our starting back three was Bastoni on the left, Dyer in the middle, Romero on the right? Or would you also want us to then go and find, because Gleison Bremer's not going to happen if Bastoni happens, right? That he's going to go to Inter. So in the midfield, in the middle of the three, the most likely option, if there is one, is probably De Vrij from Juventus for 15 million. Oh, that's what the touted number is. Is that another name you want to go after, or are you happy with Eric Dyer as a starting centre back next season?
I think. Look, we need to. We all know that what Conte's done with these players, right? And I think if we are to go to the next level, it clearly. Thanks, Aaron. Clearly, there's for whatever reason he wasn't selected for England. Dyer wasn't selected for England. I don't know why we all think it's nonsense, but look, there must be a long-term plan. I think what we're going to see is we will see the De Vrij or someone in that central role that will improve that defence, because there are going to be a lot of games, and I think we will find that. I think what you'll find is that we will more in that defence. I know they're saying we're going to go after a striker, but I'm very dubious about that. I think that there will be more incomings. So Bastoni, De Vrij, Romero across that back three. You've got Dyer and Davis as backup, and then the next question is around the wing backs. So yeah, I mean, we need to go.
We've done the wing backs. Oh, Ellie, poor fucking Ellie. Jesus Christ, Ellie. Got to get it sorted out.
She's gone again.
Sorry. Yeah, she's gone again. Yeah. And even
Barry,
you're struggling as well, mate. Even your face was frozen then for like 9 seconds. But it was lovely. You're not frozen now, bro. We can see the little grimace.
Can see the nose twitching for a scent of Danny Kiriakou.
Nice.
I just want to call this one up, right? Because
the Kiriakou.
Will Stewart's saying Mark Cucurella created more goal-scoring chances from open play than Andy Robertson. This is one of the things I was saying the other night when I was having a little bit of a debate with Rez. Like, he was using Andy Robertson as this like example of a superstar signing from Liverpool. I don't think Andy Robertson is that good. I genuinely don't think he's that good. I think he flatters to deceive amongst the Liverpool team that are excellent in all other areas. Andy Robertson doesn't even get into the Scotland team necessarily. He's not nowhere near the best left wing back in Scotland. Like, you've got Tierney and you've got the fella at Torino, who I think are better left wing backs, who are Scottish than Andy Robertson. And so I appreciate that stat, Will, because it supports my argument. He's a good player, but Mark Cucurella is a better player. But of all of them, I'd still rather have Bostic or Perisic coming. And sorry, I've interrupted you, Barry. Do you want to finish your point, mate? On the
No, Will, and I get it. I think you meant 43 million, not 43 pounds. Just in case someone goes back like Cody and clips it and says, "Will
he might have run out. He might have run out of characters.
He might have. Yeah. No, but what I'm saying is, you know what Cody's like. Cody will go back and clip it and say, "Oh, Will, you said that he was worth 43 pounds."
Are you suggesting that Cody is that low ball that he would actually go and clip that?
Having seen the clips that Iggy has just absolutely thrown out this morning, I can't trust any of you not to clip anything. So,
except for me, because I just don't know even how to clip, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're the one person to be wary of. Then the one that says they don't know, but actually,
what's this button do?
Ellie's given up. Ellie, I love you.
Given up.
Great to see you, though, darling.
We won't be going. You're not missing out on too much.
Internet's as bad as Arsenal. No, it's not. It can't be that bad.
Can't be that bad. No, we are finishing up in a little while, though. Ali, thank you so much for coming on, my love. You're awesome. Love your content. I love your contribution. So come on again next time. I'll send you the link before the start so that you can come on anytime. AV Trips is saying Kostic or Cucurella. I had this one to Kuba.
I'd go for Cucurella, to be honest. He's got age on his side. He's proven he can do it in the Premiership. Exciting player. I really rate him. Those stats sum it up, really. The open play, chances created from open play. That's what you want from your wing back. So, he looks versatile as well. I think somebody was mentioning he can play in the back three as well. Wouldn't surprise me. Just an all-round good footballer. Kostic has already proved himself, but I don't see any problem with Cucurella doing it. You could say he's proved himself already with Brighton.
Yeah. Okay. SOF, Bobby's saying he'd rather get Skriniar than De Vrij. 1 year left on his contract. Move Romero to the centre. He played there at Atlanta. He also did play there for a little while for Tottenham. Skriniar, Romero, Bastoni. I mean... but I agree with SOF. Inter aren't going to sell both Skriniar and Bastoni just to make way for
that's not going to happen.
Bremer. So it's one or the other, in my opinion.
No.
Wouldn't like Skriniar anyway, to be honest. I don't think he's a very good footballer. He's a great stopper, but he's not a baller. We want to play from the back, so he doesn't kind of fit there.
Breaking news. Can anyone see anything breaking?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. It says what it says. What it means by staying on, I don't know. Does that mean he's going to see out his contract, or he's
only got 1 more year left, anyways. He's only got this season on the contract, right? So
exactly. So I think Will sums it up with his. Of course, his contract doesn't end until next season. So,
well, Gary Neville came out this morning on the Overlap, whatever that is.
The Overlap, which is their little show that Ty from AFTV likes to talk absolute more nonsense on.
That Ty fella is a fucking lunatic. I'd love if there was a Ty of the Tottenham community, I'd absolutely adore it, because you could just get him on and just sit back and let the guy fucking go mad and then just laugh. It would be such easy content to create. But for what it's worth, we haven't got that. We kind of do in a few people, but I'm not going to call them out. Gary Neville said he does it everywhere, and I quote, he does it everywhere he goes. He creates that. As sure as day, he will create that angst in his press conferences in the next 6 to 8 months or 12 months to create a point that he can leave, and it will look like the board's fault. Interesting that it will look like the board's fault. That's what he does. He does it really well. He did it at Chelsea. He's a master of it. I tend to agree with, I actually tend to agree with Gary Neville on this one myself. Like, as much as I absolutely love Conte, I wish he'd shut the fuck up with his press conference. When things were going bad, when we on that 1 win, 1 loss, 1 win, 1 loss path, his flip-flopping with press conferences was super annoying to me.
Yeah.
I hold my hands up. I called it out on my channel on the Irish Hotspur all Easter. I didn't like it, and Gary Neville makes a good point, right? Like, Conte does it deliberately to allow, almost the way that Jose Mourinho does it, like to kind of create a narrative where
it's not my fault.
Whenever he finally leaves, it's not his fault. Yeah. And at Tottenham, he'll have the support of probably 60% of the Tottenham fans who already have a distrust of Daniel Levy, that whenever Conte leaves, whatever he says, it will inevitably mean that more pressure's on Daniel Levy, even though that there might not necessarily be any truth to that. Bobby, are you on the same page as me with this one, mate? That whilst Daniel Levy is not necessarily, without fault, of course he's not, and maybe this is the reason why that 150 million quid's come in now. Maybe there's more to it, that the board are going, well, we fucking know what Conte's going to do. Whenever he wants to go, he's gonna use the press to create a narrative, and we've already got a lot of shit on our shoulders. And so is that why Levy and Enoch have gone the 150 million going, don't fucking blame us if Conte fucking walks? Because he's going to do this. He always does this. In 6 months, he's going to do this anyway. So this is my way of saying, fuck you, Conte, in advance. It's not on us this time.
No, because we know how fantastic our PR team is at spinning shit. You know, to make, well, absurd announcements as well sometimes. Oh, we just lost a game. Guns N' Roses tickets on sale. You know, or it's crazy what our PR team does. But I think they finally got it right and smart in this angle, because like you just said, if he turns around and tries to turn the narrative that he's been forced into leaving, now the board has the ability, they've already kind of flipped the script on him pre-hand to say that we've done everything you wanted. You've got no reason to kind of flip the script on us. So I think Levy is smart enough to, you know, he got rattled in that game in Manchester when, you know, he's hearing the Levy out chants and everything like that. Since then, our whole club's agenda has changed. Now, is it the kick in the ass Levy needed over 20 years, or the board needed over 20 years, that's finally come to fruition, and we're going to see this kind of going somewhere and sticking to it? Possibly. Is this the club that Conte finally sits down and stops his 2-3 year nomad like approach, where after a few years he has to move on to greener pastures? I honestly believe it's possible. I honestly think that he is, when you look at, you know, Big K pointed this out to me because he was watching some videos and he goes, Dad, look at Conte's body language and behavior when he's managing at Chelsea. Look at his body language, behavior at Juventus, at Inter, at, you know, how he really is on the sidelines, and the way how animated he is. Now, this is also a man that's getting up in the years as well. So maybe he's looking to finally settle. Maybe he's really happy in Tottenham and everything. So I think that this whole media game is nothing more than just a media game. What's going to happen? We don't know. We really don't know. So let's stop preparing for what we think is the inevitable, that Conte will leave and we'll be left in shambles and everything like that. Let's just focus on the positivity right now of the club, and that we are going in the right direction right now. You know, the money is being there. You know, my concern is, where is the money used with that whole little line of to be used afterwards kind of thing, like you touched on before. Let's just hope that that's, if there is money left over, that it can be used in the club elsewhere to build something or create a youth system, whatever they want to do with it. It's available. Let's just hope there's no money left. They use it all up, back Conte properly, and if we do that all, then Conte has no out. Okay. You know, and I think we really need to do that. I think we need to push him into a corner too, so that he doesn't push us as a club into a corner. So it's a game of chess right now, and right now both parties are playing their pieces. So let's just see where it ends up.
Do you want to pass comment on this Conte stuff and what I said about Conte? You know, like, is he just literally, you know, buying his time, and is this part of the reason why the 150 million quid? If you want to pass comment on it, I'll let you go. Or otherwise, as well as in lieu of, I can also give you the first shout on the strikers. We haven't dealt with the striker news yet. So where do you want to go?
Decisions.
No, I think. Look, I think Bobby's right. Right, we're kind of at this kind of crossroads, because Levy will stand back and say, "I got you, Conte. I'll give you 150 million. What more do you want me to do?"
Yeah.
But then Conte will do it. Well, I went in. I knew what I was getting. However, there was X, Y, Z that I didn't get for whatever reason. So we're just gonna have to see how this plays out. Look, if he stays, I already said, if he stays 6 years, we win every major trophy. Every major trophy. If he stays 6 years, like Klopp's done, Pep's done, we win them all, 100%. But let's see. Like I guess, and also like everyone said, 150 now. Let's see what happens in January. Let's see what happens next summer. Let's see what happens the summer, January after that. Because it's also going to be a bit of a strange season because the World Cup's in between. You don't know how it's gonna fare. Obviously, they've just gone off the back of a full season, the Euros, a full season with very little rest. So it's interesting to see how it's all going to play out. It's not going to be. There could be a one for the future that comes from the World Cup that comes and just absolutely sets the world on fire. There could be someone else and everything else. It's just, I don't know. I think it's going to be an interesting. It's as much as it's interesting of what's happened with top four and what's going to happen next season. It's going to be a kind of weird season with everything that's going to happen. So it's not going to be your normal until we get back into, the European Championships being when it should be, and then having the 2-year gap to the World Cup and the World Cup in the summer, which isn't going to come for a while. The season and what's going to happen is going to be a bit interesting. So
it's going to be super interesting. It really is. I think I completely agree with you. I also completely agree with Will Stewart here.
Yeah,
Conte's getting older.
I've
said it a few times on a few different streams. I feel like Conte he's dated a lot of girls, to use an analogy.
Yeah, he's looking to settle, man.
He's now trying to find that wife where he can have some kids with and buy a home. And he's looking to trust someone that can go. And I think Daniel Levy's, from what it looks like, Daniel Levy.
I found him a bride.
Yeah.
There she is.
Yeah, there you go, mate. What's really interesting is that Conte and Paratici are on holiday or whatever they're doing in Italy right now. They're sitting in some vineyard drinking $1,000 bottles of bourgeoisie or whatever it might be, or a little bit of Cab Sauv, a little bit of Pinot Noir, and then Daniel Levy gets on the phone and says, "Hey, Paratici, do you need me to come over and reassure him?" And Paratici's like, Do you want Levy over? Do you want Daniel over? And Conte's like, and so he's come back and said,
no,
not interested. And so he's come back and the Daniel Levy's like he's not needed because Conte's fully backing and trusting the investment. In reality, I think Conte's met Daniel Levy before and thinks, don't bring that fucking boring bastard over. He's going to spoil all the fucking fun. Let's just sit here and talk about birds. Let's sit here and talk about how the world works without that boring bastard. So I don't know. I hope that Daniel Levy not needing to go over to Italy is a good sign and that there's all good vibes. But there's a little part of me that thinks the reason why they didn't invite him over was because they were having a good time and they just don't want someone like him.
Or he's busy with Joe Lewis on his boat anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so, all right, moving on then. There's still 120 people in the house, guys. We're at the peak right now, which is mad, given we've been going for over 3 hours. We're going to finish up with the striker situation, and we're going to look at the options there in a second. But before we do, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already, please hit the like button and please hit the subscribe button. I'm 5 away from 1,300 subscribers, I believe. So if anyone hasn't hit the subscribe button, it would mean the world to me. We're actually at a new peak now, 125. But whilst I'm here, I'm also going to take the opportunity to grab the channels for the lads that are in right now. Where am I going? First and foremost, Shelfside Spurs. Yeah, please hit the like button. You haven't got to go anywhere, guys. You just got to hit that link and another tab will open, and then show some love for Barry and for Rez and for Owl's Life, who are the controllers of that channel. And please don't neglect the wonderful community, the wonderful family life that is represented on the Three Spurs Boys, which is also in the link. And Kuba,
I appreciate that.
No, of course, Kuba. I always give you the chance. Which channel would you like me to plug? I know you always plug.
Two of them are already here.
You get.
I was going to say there's two that you better plug.
I always give you two, but now that the two that you usually choose are already here, who else would you like me to plug?
Let's go for Ben's the coffee channel.
Yeah. He's starting up soon too, right?
Yeah, he might
football,
be already going.
Does his Football Friday today? Yeah,
he might already be going. We're not going to be too much longer.
No, I think Football Friday he starts 10:30, so I think he starts in 12 minutes from.
Okay, well, we might just overlap that a little bit, but ladies and gentlemen, please go over and hit those links for those guys. It takes nothing at all to just to smash the link. And
while you're here, hit the like. There's 125 of you.
Yeah, I would really love that. I'm not sure how far we're doing with the likes. I haven't got the actual show open. Anyway, that doesn't matter.
Anyways, yeah, come on.
What does matter
work,
is the last segment of the show is strikers. The last segment of the show is strikers.
Before you do that, Sean, there was a super chat that started.
Oh shit, you're right, absolutely right. My bad. I flagged it.
Yeah.
I'm so bad at these. The bottom dooter. I'm so bad. Sorry, my friend.
Bottom dooter.
That's actually the second time I've almost forgotten you. The bottom dooter. It's not personal. I promise you, man. I get caught up in the moment. I'm so sorry. I'm bad at these things. The bottom dooter. Big up, my friend. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you're still watching. I hope you haven't got pissed off and gone, no, he's not even calling me out. He's going to walk away. He says, what if we can't sign Bastoni? Do you think Conte will go for another left-footed centre-back, or will he try to get in an additional left-back and play him as centre-back like how he tried with Kolarov at Inter, or like Ben Davies? Fucking hell, that's a fantastic question. It's such a great question. If we can't get Bastoni, the bottom dooter, I think we go for Guardiola. I think that's the next guy on the next cab off the rank. I think Guardiola at Leipzig is just as well, maybe not just as good, but he's up there. He's definitely as good as Pau Torres. He definitely would have been as good as Schlotterbeck. You know, he definitely would have been as good as a couple of the other names that are out there. For me, I don't think that. Listen, I'm really hoping that Tottenham haven't got all their eggs in one basket. The bottom, I think that we'll have a plan A and plan B. But I definitely think the noise that's coming is suggesting that Bastoni is our number one choice, and that's where we're going to go. But if it doesn't work out, what do we do? For me, I think we'll go to Leipzig and get Gvardiol. And then I'll be happy with that. I'll be disappointed that especially if like, you know, Bastoni went to Manchester United or to Chelsea, which is the other names that are linked with him. I can understand Chelsea. I can't understand United, which is why I can't understand Pau Torres turning us down last year for not having Champions League to offer, and then turning us down this summer, allegedly, and choosing Manchester United when we can offer Champions League and they can't. So I'm surprised by that whole thing with Torres. I'd be surprised if Bastoni chose Man United. I wouldn't be surprised if he chose Chelsea, even though I think Tottenham have got more momentum in the good direction than Chelsea have. But if neither of those things happen, then I'd say Guardiola probably would be the next option. Nick, would you agree? How do you want to answer the bottom deuce's question?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't think we don't want to go into this round pegs and square holes and everything else again. I think we need to get what we need to get, and if we can't get Bastoni, then I don't know. I think that's why we've kind of been a little bit quiet about things, because we don't want to almost. We know that that's the number one target, but we don't know if that makes sense. We've not really made. There's not like in years gone by where we've put our hands up and we've gone, this is what we want to do, and everything else. So I don't know. He could go for another left-footed centre back and try and do it, but I don't think he's seen where we've been and the players that we've got. I don't think he wants to try and do that like he would have done with the Mora, the Bergwines, potentially when we talked about playing them as wing backs. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Kuba?
As we were talking about earlier, there's several options out there. It may be a case of if we can't get Bastoni for whatever reason, and I do think we are going to get him, we might have to just look, not so much in bucket A, but just come down to bucket B, where there's some very, very good players.
Yeah.
And Conte will just improve them as well. It'll still be a marked upgrade from the likes of Ben Davis, despite how well Ben Davis has done for us this season. No worries. There's plenty of players out there. All these big clubs can't sign all of them, so I've got no worry about that at all. The only worry I would have is, like you said, if it was all eggs in one basket and this sort of transfer drags out to halfway through the summer and it doesn't get done.
Yeah, that worries me as well a little bit.
Just slap the money in, get the bid accepted as soon as possible. That's what to do.
And it looks like Inter are desperate to get it done early as well, because they need to get their work done. They're trying to get Bremer in. They're trying to keep Skriniar. They're trying to not have to sell Lautaro Martinez, which we're going to talk about in a moment. So the quicker that we get off our fucking arse and put a bid in, the quicker and it can be done, and then everyone's happy. Inter are looking for a quick transfer. Tottenham should be looking for a quick transfer. I just want Conte and Paratici to get off their vineyard, wherever they are, and make it work. How do you feel about this one, Bobby? And then I'm going to move on to...
I personally don't think there should be a plan B. I'm fed up of that bullshit, to be honest with you. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to disagree or cause some shit here. But I'm fed up of plan B. Stop fucking around. Big clubs go out there, they identify a target, they get their target, they don't piss around, they get the job done. So we need to start doing that. And we got to stop saying we're a big club. We've got a big man. We've got one of the best managers in the world. We've got the best facility in the world in terms of training and football stadium to offer. We're bringing the noise in that stadium. Our fan base is electric right now. Stop pissing around. Get the fucking player. Put the money on the table. If they want 51 million euro, don't go in there saying we'll give you 45. Don't go in there saying we'll give you 45.5. Stop that bullshit right now. 51 million. Here's the check. Thank you very much. Get it done. The only reason he should not become our player, as far as I'm concerned, is if he himself says, I will not play for Tottenham. I will not play in England. Or if I play in England, it will not be for Tottenham. If he himself as a player has said, I don't want to play for this club, that's the only reason we should not get him right now. And other than that, there's no reason as far as I'm concerned. No more justification and giving Conte the excuses and the reasons he could potentially have to use against the club to walk away. None of that anymore. That's what I want to see personally. I
100% agree. I think we're all in agreement there. So let's appreciate the bottom Duto, mate. Thank you so much, buddy. I'm so sorry that I know you posted it like 15 minutes before I got to it. I saw it, I started it, and then I just got distracted. I'm so very sorry. But I'm very grateful, mate.
On behalf of the bottom Duda, I will say you're forgiven this time, Sean.
I think I missed one.
Still new to this. He doesn't know. He's not, about all these people throwing money at him. It's normally the other way around. Sean's normally throwing money at him.
Yeah. Well, and to be fair, he's normally got his little tassels on and his pasties on when he's getting money.
Yeah.
So that's a different experience. It's a different experience.
The old nipple shuffle with the tassels. Hi.
Oh, yeah. It's game day.
Just had a mental image of the dot of shame then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of shame is in infamy. It's not going to be reminded. I'm changing that. I'm changing the whole intro video very soon. Super chat from New Zealand, my man, Rob Wallace.
Rob Wallace.
Rob Wallace, New Zealand. No, okay, Rob Wallace.
Yeah, Rob Wallace, New Zealand. Yeah, there you go.
I read it in my head, Sean. I read it in my head 3 times to then read it.
Good thing we have you here. Yeah. Good thing we have you here, Ranjit.
Appreciate that, man. I was going to butcher it for 3 or 4 times. I would have figured it out eventually. He's saying first time watching this channel. He's come from the Harris Army. Love the banter. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate you, my friend. I know you from the. I also know you from the Irish Hotspur, obviously, but I never actually figured out your. Never had the need to know your name before, but now I know Rob Wallace, NZ. I really appreciate the love, my friend. Thank you so much for the support. And the banter is rife on this channel. Banter is rife.
And also, Sean, going back to your likes, it was 115 watching a minute ago and 107 likes. So that's pretty bang on.
Are we almost there?
No, there's 8 of you are too lazy to push the one button. It's a simple click, guys. It's so easy.
Come on, guys.
In the words of the man, great resonator himself, just gently caress the button. Gently. No. Just give it a little love. A little love.
On this channel, we encourage
Smash that fucker!
Brutalize it!
Brutalize it! Whack it!
Wow.
Rape the like button if you wouldn't mind, ladies and gentlemen. Rape it!
No, because then next time on the next show will not work. Come on, Sean. Don't get too excited now.
Yeah,
Don't get too irrational now.
Yeah, you can't rape it twice, can you? Sorry, it's getting silly. It's getting silly. Let's move on.
That's a strike.
Rob, thank you so much for your contribution, man. I really appreciate you. All right, let me just get to the last super chats, and then we're going to get to last chats, and then we're going to get to the last section of the day. SOF saying Gvardiol is more difficult to get than Bastoni. Probably costs more too. He just signed that last summer. Chelsea more. Also looked at Gvardiol. It's a good point. It's a really good point. Like, I think that Gvardiol would be the second choice, but if you fail with the first, you're going to really struggle with a second. Tottenham this is why, SOF. And I love you, SOF. Like, you've called me out for some of my Tottenham walks with my dog, some of my content. I've posted it, and then you're in the comments going, sure, you're talking absolute nonsense, mate. Blah, 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 blah. And you say why. And I'm like, actually, that's a really good point. And I love you, man. You're a really good addition, and I love your points when you bring it in. They always make me think. And this is a good one as well. Gvardiol is probably more difficult. So I don't know what plan C would be. I don't know. You know, maybe it might have been somebody like the Aston Villa guy that signed, the fella from Seville. What's his name again?
Tomori. Let's go get Tomori.
Who am I thinking of? Oh, Tomori. Oh, yeah, Tomori would be a good one. I can't forget the guy's name. I can't remember the guy's name. Who's the guy that the Aston Villa have just signed? We spoke about this 17 times today.
Carlos.
Diego Carlos. Yeah, that would have been a good option, C, because he's a beast of a player. SOF, I love your content, your contributions and your content, my friend. Ellie's back in the background saying our somewhat forgotten striker that's coming back is Troy Parrott. I have it on good faith. You know what, Ellie? I'm going to star that. I'm going to bring that. I'm going to come back to that in a minute when we talk about the strikers. Kai Bake saying screw Torres. He doesn't want to come to Tottenham, so we don't want him. He's not that good anyway.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Exactly. If you don't want to come, sod him. He's rubbish.
Exactly.
Gvardiol would cost more than Bastoni from Abbey Troops. Completely agree. Well, I didn't. You know, I agree now. I hadn't thought of it before. Derek Smith, rose-tinted specs maybe, but Spurs may well be the next big thing if it's the logical place for any ambitious footballer to play. Yeah, there has been a couple of false dawns at Tottenham, though, Derek. You know, playing devil's advocate, Tottenham might be the place that some players might want to go, I fancy this. I think a lot of it depends on Kane staying and Conte staying, and hopefully at least we're going to get a contract out of Kane this summer, and hopefully we'll get a commitment at the least from Conte. Ellie's saying, I love that round pegs in square holes, saying, haven't heard that one for a while, so big up Ran Kit, Nick Barry for bringing it back. Oh, fucking hell. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got like 2 more guests coming in at exactly the same time. I'm going to take a pause right now to bring them in. Let's find out who they are.
All right, next contestant, spin the wheel again, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, straight over from Shelfside Spurs. He is the man in the mid. Look at Barry. He's already upset. It doesn't matter. He's got a wonderful shirt on. He's got a wonderful shirt on. It's even better than yours, Bobby, I think. At least it would suit the curvaceous shapes of certain chubby people in the chat like myself. Bring it up, ladies and gentlemen. Bring it up for Owl's Life.
Hello,
How are
boys.
you, Al? Good to see you, mate.
Oh, good. It's the one we like from Shelf. So I thought you were going to bring on Rez.
No, Rez doesn't. I invite Rez on this channel. I invite Rez on this channel every single show. I invite Rez on every single show, and he says, "Sorry, Sean, I can't do it." And then about an hour later, I see him on somebody else's show, and I always feel like he's avoiding me. And but hopefully he's just busy.
Whereas we don't get invited, we just have to look to the top of the chat, click the link, and maybe.
Yeah, no. What I do is I backdoored into the WhatsApp group. And that's why when you post the link in there, I just quickly,
Oh, WhatsApp group that you're in. Okay, cool. I'm not in that either. So.
Yeah,
you are in that group. You are in that group.
That's if we're lucky enough to spot the show going on extra early for a change and not telling anybody.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. The hell's a 7 a.m. start, man?
Not a secret. Ladies and gentlemen, wait a minute. There's somebody else.
All right, next contestant, spin the wheel again, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure if this man is, I don't know. He used to look like a man that used to look like a guy with a bit of a haircut. Now he's breathing the gap. I'm not entirely sure of his ethnicity anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for... Where is is he? There he is.
Oh, it's the ball! What?
It's Mido. Mido's
It's
on.
Mido.
Mido.
Do. It's Danny fucking Mido.
No.
Danny fucking Mido. Hey, Sean, since you gave me those little admin powers and stuff, I'm going to abuse them now.
Introduce somebody too.
Oh, Danny, why you got the...
Hey!
My man.
It's Lil K.
I need to borrow your ear, mate. I need you to borrow your ear.
Danny, Al, and Little K. Let's say the battle of the hair.
Hey, I want to make sure I hear this correctly. Little K's
got the best hair. Little K's got the best hair.
You got my father the best hair.
100%.
Little K, if it was a day when Tottenham were playing football, I know you've been practicing, so no pressure here. I want to hear the right tone, the right pitch, and I want to hear the right gravel.
I'll step out of this one.
If it was a day when Tottenham were playing football, Little K, Chris, what day would it be?
You can do it, buddy. You did it yesterday. Come on, remember the pitches and the tones that he told you. Okay?
Exactly.
Nailed it, bro. Nailed it. Well done. Well done.
Right. Can I just take it slightly off topic?
So, Sean, we were going to tell you afterwards, but I'll tell you quickly. So their kits are reversible kits they wear. They're red and yellow. So they came up with the best. I've been coaching these kids for so long, and they came up with the best team because the teams are always numbered 1 to 8. Team 1, team 2, blah. I hate that. I want a team name. So what was the team name you guys came up with?
Ketchup and mustard.
Ketchup and Mustard FC.
I like that. No, it should be Condiments. Condiments FC. Condiments FC. You've got to be a quicker name. Condiments FC. And you call them condies.
Using the word condoms with
come on, you condies!
Okay.
Can I just pass a message out to Kuva just quickly? Hi, Kuva. How are you, sir?
Good here, thanks.
Do you want us all to leave, Alan?
Shut up. You can shut up. Yesterday, I regret to say that I was fortunate to share a golf buggy with one of your favourite players of all time,
Graham Roberts.
I went round 18. I went round 18 holes of Wentworth Golf Club, sitting next to him. I thought I was meant to be. No, I wasn't allowed to play. I was a guest to Mickey Hazard.
Wow.
And I met a few other Spurs legends. I also met Tim Sherwood. I did say legends, then Tim Sherwood. You did notice I did that.
Did you tell Tim Sherwood he's a bleep?
No, he was playing for the opposition team then, who actually won the match.
Even more so to curse him.
Yeah. But
to be fair, Tim Sherwood as a player was pretty good for us.
Yeah, I don't care. As a manager, he's a fuck.
But yeah,
I'm not gonna say it because Little K's here, so I'm gonna try not to.
No, he's gone. He's gone. You can say whatever the fuck you want.
He's a fucking piece of shit, Tim Sherwood.
Yeah, he's no Harry Winks though, right, Danny? He's no Harry Winks stuff.
Oh no, but he's just a better man, isn't he? He's a better man since he got sacked.
I think the real question at the moment, though, Danny, is why have you got your Christmas lights up?
Wait, guys,
Love Lounge.
Guys, I have to take this opportunity. Now we've got the 6 of you. I can't ignore, not even ignore. I have to get back to the structure. I've got another super chat, and this is the perfect place to transition into the final part of the final segment of the show. Which the show was only supposed to be 2 hours. We've gone on for 3.5, and we're probably going to go for 4. But I do have to finish very soon. Is Will Stewart, super chat from Will Stewart, my man. He said he's avoiding me now because I forgot his super. I hadn't forgotten, mate. I hadn't forgotten. I was waiting for the right time to bring it up. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. I haven't brought up all of your comments. I know you. I thanked you last time for the super chat, and you said, Sean, it's nothing to do with you. I'm a narcissist that has to be heard. And I absolutely love that comment because I'm exactly the same. But I didn't want to bring up every single comment that you and Avi were going after each other for. But I do want to bring this one up. Obviously, I have to. And it's amazing. Thank you so much for the contribution. And it's a great swing into the final segment of the show, which is about the strikers. And Will says, let's talk about something important. Callum Wilson and Mihail Antonio both chose Son Heung-min as their Premier League player of the season. Antonio says he has been the best attacker for years. So we're gonna deal with this one now. I'm gonna hand it round to the team. I personally agree with you, Will. I know how much you love Sonny, and I know that you are incredibly defensive of anybody who doesn't agree, or you go after people who don't agree, and you bring out. And I agree with you, man. Sonny's one of my favorite players. I think Sonny was my favorite player. Decky probably right now. I love Decky on maybe because he's new, he's fresh, but Sonny's definitely in my top two. And yeah, it's not just Callum Wilson or Antonio that have said that that Sonny's their favorite player. I saw a note earlier. I'm not sure I've got it in my links ahead of me, but I saw that Liverpool have made an approach for Harry Kane and or for Sonny today. They obviously the media were just trying to create more noise and more narrative. But let me go to Danny first, mate. Thank you for joining the stream late on, bro. It's good to see you, man. You don't look quite as tanned with the daylight as you did on Tottenham on tour. On the what show was it we saw you on? Mari's Lounge. I'm not sure what show it was on, but
it was our show.
It's your show, yeah. You look like Alex, and I was like, fucking hell.
That's a hell of a tan you got, Danny.
Alex with a bun.
You look tame, Dan.
What do you want to say to Will? Do you agree? Like, is Antonio the best Premier League player of the season? Sorry, is Sonny the best player of the season?
Yeah, he's saying Antonio and Callum Wilson. Antonio said that. They both said that recently, and also Gabby Abonglaho said it as well, didn't he? On TalkSport, Gabby Abonglaho said that Son is the most underrated player in the Premier League, and that he's better than Salah and Mane. So yeah, I'd probably say in terms of consistency in the last 5 years, he's the only player in Europe only player in Europe to have double digits for numbers for goals and assists consistently in Europe's top 5 leagues. So that says it all, really, if you think about it. If you want to look at stats, and also in terms of his goal conversion rate, it's better than Salah's, and he actually scores more goals than Salah's because obviously Salah scored penalty goals, and if Son was the penalty taker, he could have been up to 30 goals this season, if not more. So yeah, so it kind of speaks for itself, and Son has been doing it on a consistent basis for the last 5-6 years. So it kind of speaks for itself. The facts don't lie, the stats don't lie, do they? No. And I think it's just not just that. I think in terms of what he can do as a player, if you look at Salah, he's not really the greatest player on his right foot. If you actually look at his game, he's not. He doesn't finish on his right foot often, and he's quite poor on his right foot actually. If you look at it, whereas Son, he can do everything. His crossing ability is phenomenal. His left foot, right foot. The only thing that is shit in Son's game is his heading ability. His heading is non-existent. He is so bad at heading. But not everyone can be perfect at everything. Do you know what I mean? So, if you look at him as an overall player and what he brings, because it's not just his attacking work rate, it's his running, his movement, his defensive work rate. He's non-stop. He's non-stop, is he? He doesn't stop running. So yeah, it's a no-brainer, to be honest. For me, I think Son's probably my favourite player as well over the last couple of years. I think obviously Harry Kane is up there as well. But in terms of what Son does, he's a flair player. So he gives you that kind of excitement, which is what kind of fans pay money to go and watch in a football ground or on TV. Yeah, I mean, you can't get better than Son when he's on fire, right? He's just phenomenal. He's a phenomenal. He reminds you of like Cristiano Ronaldo when he was in his prime. Yeah. He really is Sonaldo. He really is like literally Sonaldo. He's unbelievable.
All right, before I pass on to Al,
don't have to, because he said it. Danny said it all.
Danny said it all. Just quickly, DK, Danny Kiriakou at Tottenham until you change your name. Where are you right now? Are you back, or are you in Croatia in the red light district? Whereabouts are you, bro?
I'm in Amsterdam. I'm back on Sunday morning.
Red light district in Amsterdam. Is that what those lights are for? When you're not
exactly.
I thought that was for Nick because I noticed Danny was doing one of these poses on the bed all sexy, and then all of a sudden Nick's camera was turned off for a good 5 minutes there, and as soon as he comes back, he's got a devilish smile on his face, and he's rubbing his hands like this. So anybody goes back about 3 minutes in the stream, you see Nick come back like this.
Wow. Wow, he can smell you through the ether, through the virtual ether.
And Daddy shows up like this in his Hugh Hefner pose and everything on the bed with the sex lights on in the back. Who's not going to get excited?
They are absolutely sex lights. There's no reason for those lights in any other format.
Oh, he's going to turn them on now. Yeah. Oh, Nick.
Oh, yeah.
Look.
Nick. Oh, Nick, stop. Oh, he's drooling. Nick, you're drooling on a live stream, bro.
All I'm saying is that I'm definitely sure that they are not sex lights.
Only one way to find out. Bow chicka wow wow.
Maybe it's interesting. Ever since we mentioned Red Light District, Naked HD's back once again. Go away, bro. Go away. All right, listen. We're gonna turn it on right now. We're gonna move it on to the striker regime. We've talked about the centre backs. We talked about the wing backs. Talked about midfield. Strikers. The guys that get the goals. We know that we've got three of the best, or maybe the best top three when they can play in Europe, if not, well, at least in the Premier League. But we have been linked with certain names. We're being linked with. Who's that? We have been linked with Alexander Isak. We've been linked with Darwin Núñez. We've been linked with Lautaro Martinez. Martinez, I think, is not going to leave. If we can sign Bastoni, from what I've understood, looking at Twitter, Inter have to raise money somewhere. They don't want to have to sell Martinez. They'd rather sell Bastoni. I'm not sure what that tells you, to be honest. I'm not sure how that makes you feel, but they'd rather keep Martinez and sell Bastoni than the other way around. I'm going to come to Al first on this one. Al, what's your ideal preference with regards to the striking unit in terms of letting people go? Bergwijn, it's probably likely he's the easiest one to sell. You're on mute, mate. You're on mute.
Yeah, I think he should go. At the end of the day, you know, he's sort of like if he's not happy, there's no point staying. There's no point staying at a club where you're unhappy, because it also does bring bad vibes in the dressing room. So you don't need that. So get him out and get someone in that hopefully wants to play for us.
And who would that be? Would you rather go after Darwin Núñez? Would you rather go like I was saying at the start of the stream, I forgot entirely, you know, not only have Manchester City filled their striker gap by signing Haaland, but they've also got the guy back from River Plate that they bought in January. I forget his name. Who is it right now? Alvarez? Is it Alvarez?
Yeah, Alvarez or something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So Man City have become the perfect squad, right?
Yeah.
They've now got two unbelievable strikers.
Yeah.
What do we do?
You say that though, Sean. I mean, unbelievable strikers, but let's see how they settle in the Premier League.
Yeah, true.
Because I've seen players that look good, and I'm not being funny. I don't know if you've always remember him, but he used to be a player called Helder Postiga. And he looked fucking brilliant in the Euros and this, that, and else, and then he came to us and looked like a piece of shit.
Yep.
Soldado was one of the best strikers in Europe. He came to Spurs. He looked shit.
Yep.
So let's see how they.
The only reason about Soldado that I'll say about Soldado, just to add, Alan, was that he always played in the 4-4-2 formation with another player up front. Tottenham bought him and played him fucking by himself. I mean, he was never going to work by himself.
And he never had the service, did he? He never had the service. I mean, he scored his goals from the penalty spot, and you could see the talent in him. But I think what happened was it got to a stage where sort of like he missed a couple of chances, and the crowd started getting on his back. And I think every time he had a chance, he was trying too hard to score.
Yeah,
which made him miss again. And that was, and I know you're going to say it, but that happened with Jensen as well. Jensen missed a couple of easy chances. The crowd got on his back, and after that, Jensen suffered. And I only know that through I had communications with one of his family members out in Holland, because I met him on holiday, and he told me that Jensen was really struggling. I mean, he had a lot of issues because his girlfriend, who they'd been together with since school time, they split up because he's moved to Tottenham because she didn't want to come to England. She wanted to stay in Holland, and they split up. So Jensen went off the boil. So, but yeah, I'll be honest with you. When it comes to Nunes, I've only seen him play when he played against Liverpool in the Champions League, and he did look tidy. And Isaacs, I see him during the Euros. That's all I can. They both look tidy players, but as I say, Premier League's a different gravy, isn't it? I don't know. It would worry me. Don't want to spend too big.
I don't think we're getting Darwin Nunes. They want 100 million. Benfica want 100.
Oh well, we ain't having him, then, are we? We ain't having him because you know fucking Levy. Levy ain't.
I don't think we. It's got nothing to do with that, Al. It's got 100 million for a player that's okay. You know,
he's had one good season,
like you said.
Yeah,
and one good season. You're not gonna throw 100 million at him, are you? Unless unless you know. So Sean's disappeared. What do you think, Bobby?
What happened?
Sean's gone for a shit.
I don't know. Sorry, I was trying to understand what your affection with Danny is, and now that I've been sitting there staring at him in sexy pose for a little while, I'm starting to understand it. I truly am. Yeah, I'm starting. I'm seeing Danny in a different light all of a sudden. It's the
we all are because the first light we saw him in
Sean's back.
Tottenham on tour. The first light we saw him in on Tottenham on tour was a very, very ridiculously dark one. And I was like, I'm not sure who I'm talking to here. This guy. But after today, I can see him in a different light, and that light it shows a different light on the first. It's not quite as tan as I thought you were, bro. Not quite as tan.
You got to wash. That's why.
He went for a mud bath. He wasn't in the sun. He went for a mud bath on the day. All right,
yeah,
so just quickly, sorry, who was it who said the Louis 2705? Big up, Louis. Hope you're okay, mate. He said Romano's just confirmed Conte is staying and plans have started. Is there any truth in this? Well, I don't know. I mean, you're asking us, but we look to people like Fabrizio as well. I've got his tweet up, and his tweet says, and I quote, "It has never been in doubt. Spurs sources have been confident for days, and it's now decided Antonio Conte will be the Tottenham manager for the next season. Harry Kane's new deal, Ivan Perisic is the main target, and more. Plans have started," and then he's got his link to his YouTube channel, which I'm sure we're all going to go and watch at some point this afternoon. Nick, have you said anything about this one yet? Whilst I was at the Wii.
While you're putting stains on your pants, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We said that we weren't going to go for Nunes because of the price tag. Yeah, I mean the only other person I don't think mentioned is Gabriel Jesus, but I think he's going to Arsenal. But you know, that would be.
So who is the striker? Who is the backup striker that's the most likely? It's a tricky one, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean Troy Parrott's coming back now.
Yeah.
And I don't see. I mean, I personally don't think that we'll sign someone to play alongside Harry Kane. I'm not going to talk about a backup or all this nonsense. Someone to play alongside him. I don't think we will do it, and I don't think there's anyone out there that's going to come and sit on the bench or play in the cups or champion. In the early stages of the Champions League, maybe.
I do.
So.
Well, I was told quite a while back that.
Al, bear with me 1 second. I've just sorry, Al, 1 second.
Yeah.
I've just seen a private chat from Kuva who's saying, sorry, I'm a few minutes late to that one, Kuva. He's saying you got to jump. You got to jump off, buddy.
I have youngest son's coming back from week-long residential trip where he's doing loads of outdoor activities. So
nice.
He should be back quite soon, so I'm going to have to pop off now.
Before you go, I appreciate you subbing on. Before you go, give us your striker tipple for the summer.
I don't agree with backup to Harry Kane. It's going to be a versatile, very high quality attacking player. Somebody who can play anywhere across the front three. Can play in place of Harry Kane, but it's not built specifically just for that role. It's too limiting. We need to be able to rotate players generally, and somebody that fits all those roles. Another Sonny would be great. Somebody like that. The Nunes one that we're linked with, I quite like the look of him. Doubts though from Portugal, are they always up to the scratch? I mean, obviously you've got the likes of
It's
Ronaldo.
a massive risk, isn't it? It's a massive risk.
Well, to be fair, when they're coming from abroad, anybody's a massive risk. You never know if they're going to settle or anything. But yeah, there's plenty of players out there that fit the attacker's role with a bit of versatility in them. Preferably somebody's good with both feet. Far too many players around with just one-footed, and it's such a extra string to have to your bow. If you can use both feet, cut in from either wing, play through the middle, no problem. As for a specific, it's far too many to choose from. Jesus that we're linked with, I think he's a cracking player. He'd do all right, but there's plenty of others out there that excite me more, I think. Trying to think of one in particular. Not really. There's just so many. You look through the Spanish leagues, you look through Italian league. All right. If you want to really attack in sort of one that's a bit out there, how about Chiesa?
I love him.
What a player he'd be to have. But that'll be somebody of that kind of quality, that kind of impact on a team. If we can get somebody like that, we'll do well. But there we go. Anyway, love to everybody.
Thanks,
Take
Goober.
care.
Love you, mate.
Great to see you, Coobs.
Take care, bro.
Appreciate you as ever,
man.
mate.
Take care, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. See you, mate.
Cheers.
Take care, mate.
Sorry, Al. Sorry, mate. Yeah, I interrupted you, mate. Sorry, buddy.
I was just going to say, I get little snippets of information here and there. Yeah, all with a pinch of salt and everything. But I was told a while back, which I told him up there. Yeah, apparently there ain't no plan. There ain't no plans of getting a striker in. Apparently, they're going to use Kuleveski if Kane gets injured.
Nah, that's rubbish. They're gonna sign it forward.
Yeah, I'm only going by what I was told, but that was a while before the 5 substitutes come in. So
also you've got to remember it's a while before anyone knew that ENIC were going to put 150 million pounds into the club, and we we're going to get Champions League football as well.
Yeah.
So look, there's no way they will go another window without buying a forward player. And I'm not saying a striker, I'm saying a forward player. Yeah. Because if Bergwijn leaves as well, Bergwijn is currently our second striker right now, right? Because Conte sees him as second striker. Now, if he wants to go, they have to buy someone because they cannot. But who's gonna do what Bergwijn did against Leicester this season and to get us into the top 4? That game was a crucial 3-pointer, that one, right? Just like all the other goals that he might have scored in extra time to get us some points. So we're going to need someone who can do that, right? So for me, the dream signing would be Jonathan David from Lille. Yeah. He'd be my dream signing because he can play across that whole wing. He's like a Sonny. He's rapid. He's both feet. He's very good on both feet. Canadian. He's young. He's perfect. It costs about 50 million euros, which would be a lot of money, right? But if you want to buy,
is he that highly rated? Really?
Yeah,
he is. Yeah, he's very good. Yeah.
Wow.
If you want to compete at the top level, you go buy someone like him. He can play all across that line.
Did he play at Bayern the year before? So did he go from
Bayern? No, he was at
France, hasn't he? France and Holland, wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
Jonathan David, I think he played. Where did he play? I can't remember. I have to look, but
I know he's in France now. I think before he was with like PSV or something, or wasn't he in Holland for a bit?
Let me have a quick check. Hold on.
So basically, Adam, what Danny's saying is, fuck off, mate.
Nick, don't be jealous just because somebody else talked to Danny on a stream, okay?
No,
people are allowed to interact with him too, okay?
The thing I like about
Danny, are we talking about Lille, the Lille player?
So Jonathan David only played for Ghent.
He's been at Lille his whole life, hasn't he?
No, Ghent. He was at Ghent for 2 years.
Okay. Right.
He played 60 appearances and scored 30 goals in 2 years at Ghent in the Belgium league. Then he moved to Lille in 2020. Okay. And this season he had his highest scoring season since he's been there. So it's his second season this season.
And he's doing very well for Canada. Very well for Canada.
Yeah, and he's only 22 years old.
Yeah.
So he's 5'11" as well, and he's 22.
Well, speaking of someone that knows Canadian football, Scott M. I love you, Scott M. Well, you know how I feel about your opinions generally. I'm not.
Is that your way of telling Scott M to stick to hockey?
No, I love him. I love him.
No, that's a little joke I have with Scott. I bust his balls telling him to stick to hockey. He tells me
on a one-to-one basis. On a one-to-one basis, I think he's. I think he's a phenomenal guy, lovely fella. His opinions in comments, I'm not always. I sometimes feel like he's trying to like, you know, like rouse people's disagreements. But he's talking about Troy Parrott, right? Which is, I guess, option D, option E, or whatever. Yeah. Is Troy Parrott good enough to come back into Tottenham after his league?
Not yet.
Scott M saying he's had 8 goals in 41 league games.
Yeah,
he's saying he can't be looked at.
He's right. He's right here.
No, he's right.
No, Parrott hasn't. He's had his first decent season in League One, right? Yeah. If he wants to have another season in League One where he can try and better his scoring and assists, because he got like 8 or 7 assists or something like that. He got some good assists as well, right? But if
Oilers, sorry.
He needs to go to either the Championship and see if he can do it in that league, because when he was in the Championship he was awful, right? So he needs again another loan. Same as Dane Scarlett, he needs a loan. So they can't be relied on. They're not mature or good enough yet to play Premier League football. In terms of striker, who I think realistically it could be like there's a couple strikers. There's so many strikers we're linked with. We're linked again with Moussa Dembele from Lyon. He's had a really good season again. The one who's played for Celtic, who we actually agreed a fee with Fulham for all those years ago, and then we fucked up because we didn't want to send him back on loan to Fulham that season, where we nearly got £5 million. So there's Moussa Dembele is another player. You've got Shamaka. He's had a pretty decent season, but he's kind of like an out and out number 9, old school number 9. You could even think about Weghorst as well. He went to Burnley. He'd be another option. Weghorst, you could probably get him cheap.
He's not going to stay at Burnley, is he?
He'd be
exactly.
He'd be like the Laurenti, a younger Laurenti, wouldn't he? He'd be that kind of option.
Oh, but Laurenti was known for his abilities in the air. Weghorst, as far as I've seen him,
Weghorst is good in the air.
He's okay in the air, but I actually think he's better with his ball at the feet. I think he's very
good at ball at his feet.
He's almost like a Peter Crouch. He's almost better in the on the ball than he is in the air.
He's got good link-up play. He's good on both feet. And I think if you put him in a better team, I think his output in terms of finishing, he'll score more goals. So I think if you want to keep
I wouldn't mind him as a backup.
I wouldn't mind him. He's a big lad as well. So he'd be an option if you couldn't find any other striker. I wouldn't mind someone like Weghorst. They're linked with a guy called Terrier from, I think he's at Rennes at the moment. He had like 21 or 27 goals a season for them. There's a possibility for him. He's a French striker. He's 6 foot. He's 25 years old. So they're talking about him. And there's another one as well. There's some reports of some Uruguayan, some youngster who's had some like phenomenal season, who's like apparently valued at £20 million. I can't remember his name, but apparently he's a very, very talented player, and a lot of people are looking at him. Bigger clubs. He's like a future prospect, but people believe that he's ready for the next big European step, basically. So there are players out there, but I just don't think we're going to spend like ridiculous money on a striker this summer. I think where we'll spend the most money is in defence. I think that's where we're going to really spend money.
We need to. If we can get Bastoni in, if we get Bastoni and De Vrij, then for me, there is no better back three in world football than Bastoni, De Vrij / Dyer, and then Romero on the right. I think you've got a team there that can play together for the next 10 years, and already we'll start the season as
not 10 years because De Vrij's old. Right, he's 28, 29.
Okay, but you have two pillars.
Yeah, definitely.
Two bookends of a back three, and then maybe in a year's time or whatever, you go and replace Dyer or De Vrij or whatever with someone.
Yeah, I agree. I think So like with strikers or forwards, Like, it'll be interesting to see what they do, because like to have Bergwijn right now, and Conte obviously sees him as a striker. If he goes, then you have to bring in a striker to replace the striker we already needed anyway, and then you're going to have to replace Bergwijn as well. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
no, 100%.
They'll have to bring in another winger, but apparently there's talk that they do want a winger as well. So we have to wait and see who they bring in.
All right, last thing we're going to say before we're going to start to wrap this one up. I'll come to you, Nick, on this one. Raheem Sterling.
Ooh.
Any interest in that one? He's been touted. Any interest though?
I don't like him as a football player. Honestly, he falls over too much. I don't know.
Who's laughing? Who's
laughing?
the girl? Who's the female voice in the background?
Is that Sana?
That's Sana, yeah.
What's happening, Sana?
Oh, Nick's so jealous right now. Ooh, so jealous.
Hello, mate. It was a hello.
Bobby Gay is such a knob.
Fucking
Dump.
hashtag punching. Hashtag punching.
Look, Bobby, if Rez hasn't told you already, I'm telling you now, do not interrupt me when I'm on a stream. I lose my train of thought, and that's it.
I didn't interrupt. It was Danny's girlfriend.
We've had this conversation. I've told you.
Jealousy. He's so
Poor old Rez.
Anger does not suit you at all, Rancherito.
Poor old Alex. Alex got a fucking mouthful that night. It was great. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to finish up right now. That's been 4 hours. It's only supposed to be a fucking... I was supposed to come on by myself.
9.
I was supposed to be doing this by myself. And it turned into a 4-hour stream. I fucking love this community. I love it.
Whoa,
it's so good.
4.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get the names up of everyone that's joined. I'm going to get their channels in. Thank you to Ellie so much. She hasn't got a channel to represent, but we're going to represent her through just some vocal support. So big up, Ellie.
She represents every channel. Where is Ellie not? That's the best part of it.
I mean, she hasn't got her own one to plug. I'm going to start off by the people that don't have a channel to plug. Josh, the Tottenham guy, thank you so much for stopping on. He was the first guy to jump in. Ladies and gentlemen, you can, if you haven't already, there's still 90 people in the house that can find him. Like the button, hit the subscribe button. After that, who was next? It was Ellie, and after that, it was the 3 Spurs boys. Over to you, Bobby.
He kicked him out.
Who did I kick out? Oh, he's there. He's there. I didn't kick him out.
I'm gonna say, yeah. Plugging channels now. I've plugged yours enough. Goodbye.
Yeah, you're done, bro. No.
Mentioned 3 Spurs boys like 12 times already, so that's enough for you.
No, crack on, man. Tell everyone where everyone can find you or find your boys.
Oh, sorry. Oh, it was me. 3 Spurs boys. Sean, thankfully, has mentioned it 24 times already, so thank you for that. Just a little something with the boys there. Appreciate it. Everybody's been supportive. I'm sure Sean's already thrown the link up there. So, yeah, come on over. Check us out. We're doing a little show where the kids have allowed me back onto the screen with them at the same time. And it's called something called Off the Pitch there, where we just interview people. And we were fortunate enough to have Alistair Gold on the other day. So we had a nice little chat with him. And now we want to start getting into you guys and the members of the community. So you can get to know these wonderful people more personal level. And it's going to be, we're having a lot of fun doing it, man. So hopefully you guys enjoy it as well.
Mate, I appreciate you so much for coming on. Wonderful channel, ladies and gentlemen. Please hit that link quickly and hit the subscribe button. It won't take you away from this as we finish up, but it will take you over there. Hit the subscribe button. A lot of love to be found. The same with Shelfside Spurs, 2 members of which are represented. Who wants to take it? Ranji Torino or Al?
I'll take it.
He's better.
Well, unfortunately, we didn't do a show yesterday because Al pissed off to Wentworth with some.
Is that why you did? Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask you about that in the back room, but you're telling us now.
Also, Bobby, is because you were supposed to come on, and the last 2 times you were supposed to come on.
Yeah, that's twice in a row. They're like, "Oh, Bobby, you're available. Oh, we're not going to do a show."
Yeah.
Bob, I apologise. I haven't been there. You've been on.
So we will do end of season show next week.
When I'm working,
Thursday 8 o'clock when Bobby's working, so we'll definitely do it. Head over to all these channels. We are Shelfside Spurs Show with spaces in, not Spurs Talk Show, all one word, or Three Spurs Boys, all one word. We got spaces in between ours.
Actually, we're all one word, but he's hashtag all one word.
You're lucky.
Yeah. But however, obviously Bobby K, brilliant with the boys and Ali Gold.
Thanks, buddy.
Obviously,
Appreciate
unfortunately, from the height that is Ali Gold, you then get to Alan. So sorry, guys.
Oh no. Those viewer levels are going to drop a little bit.
Yeah, sorry.
Excuse
then
me,
you might get
excuse me,
even
Mr.
lower
Angito.
and get to me.
Sorry, Mr. Angit, but can you please tell me who got Mickey Hazard on and Steve Sorry.
Ranjit
Ranjit, how was your round of golf yesterday? I think is what I was asking.
But
Who did you play golf with yesterday?
I'm sure you didn't hear what I said. After Alan, then comes me. So don't start getting all attacking me when I said I was below Alan.
See, Alan, he's boosting you up, and you're still having a go at him.
Then go rewind, and you'll see that I then said,
okay,
after Alan, it's me.
I'll apologise later if I want to.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
always under attack.
Go over and see the Shelfside Spurs.
Alan,
Wonderful channel.
Keep Nick's name out your motherfucking mouth.
Yes. Daddy, you just made Nick's day. That's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please go over, hit the link, go over and find Shelfside Spurs, where you can find both Rancherito and Al, and of course Rez, who's another part of a fantastic
and
channel.
Johnny,
fantastic channel,
and Johnny.
I haven't met Johnny. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know who Johnny is. Have I met
He's
Johnny
the one that
before?
usually he's the main one. Usually does all.
Is that JP? JP, is it?
No.
Who's Johnny?
Little Johnny.
Johnny Einstein.
Johnny Einstein.
I don't think I've ever met him, and every time you've invited me on, the one time you've invited me on your channel, that I came on legitimately, he wasn't there. So, just maybe if I was invited on a bit more, maybe I'd know a bit more about the channel.
About that one I dropped?
Sorry, Sean, I didn't realise Alan was speaking, and it was you. Oh, maybe if you invite me on your show a little bit more.
Wow.
Lovely, jubbly. Ladies and gentlemen,
well,
partners, that's when you dropped me. Yeah, and the next time I saw you, you were fucking lucky. I didn't drop your fucking mobility scooter into reverse and smash it in the toilets behind us.
Unhook the battery line.
You were lucky. You were lucky, bro.
You seen it. He asked about coming on the show again next, and I just said to him, "What? You coming back on?"
Yeah. And then 2 days later, I'm sat in his mobility scooter in the number 8 bar, and he went, "Yeah, you can have a seat down, Sean." And I turned the fucking keys on. I went, "Ew!" And he went, "Don't you fucking dare!" Hilarious. Ladies and gentlemen, please go over to the Shelfside Spurs. For those that are left that haven't already left already, Tottenham on tour. Tottenham on tour. Last but by no means, sorry, Danny. When people start talking shit about the various channels, the numbers drop pretty quickly. Danny, talk to me about Tottenham on tour, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, you can find us on Tottenham on tour with Daigle, of course, Brian Island and Adam. And we've got a lot of plans for the new season. So we've got another meeting on Tuesday to discuss some things. And then, we've got the Straight Out of Conte, which is a new show which Brian will be doing, which will be discussing the press conferences, post and post match and pre-match from Conte next season. We've got a lot of stuff, and I think we're going to have a show soon as well, the Around the Clock call. Sean, when I come back, when Brian comes back next Sunday, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a physical, in-the-face version of Round the Clock.
Basically. So it's going to be good fun. Maybe we can actually fight Alex Davis on camera, so it'll actually be quite good.
That'll be very nice fun. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. It's been 4 hours and 10 minutes. It was only supposed to be a 2-hour show or even an hour show just by myself, but you know how these things work. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you, everyone, for coming along. Of the people that super chatted, Will Stewart, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you to Rob to Rob Wallace. Thank you to the Bottom Duta. Thank you to Jack Kanicki. And that's it, everybody else. Thank you so much for stopping by. Love you all. And this was hopefully a fun show. There's still 60 people listening, 130 people at the peak. It's awesome to see you guys. Love you all. Keep a lookout. What's coming up? Is anyone of you guys streaming live this evening?
Yeah. What's coming up tonight on Tottenham away is Stell's getting cooked. So tune in for that.
Roasted.
There you go. Anybody that's got a problem with Stelios's abuse of certain people and people in the community that happen to have a different opinion to him, tonight is the night on Tottenham away that you can get in the comments and tell him exactly what you think about his approach to content. I will be there. Not only in my own league, guys, but I'm also going to have 17 other YouTube channels that I'm opening up just to come in heavy and go, I fucking told you, bro!
And as Bob Spur
Roast
would
of
say,
stuff.
as Bob Spur would say about tonight, it'll be, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But for Stell, it will be,
no.
Are you on tonight, Ranjito?
Yes, I will be sent the link later. Jacob has promised me.
Right.
Can you send it my way?
Yes, mate. I'll send it everywhere, mate. I'll send it everywhere, mate. Because he thinks.
Put it on
right,
Facebook.
He messaged me this morning, right? And he said, I'm thinking of a way out. I'm not getting cooked. I said, the only way you're not getting cooked, Stel, is if you don't turn up. And if you don't turn up, there's going to be even more hell to pay.
Do you know what? He's going to get more subscribers tonight than ever before.
He's a good sport, though. He's a good sport.
Well, he needs to button it a little bit earlier than he does. He deserves everything he gets. I love him, though. He's a good guy. Personally, me and him fall out literally once or twice a week or once or twice a month on WhatsApp groups and on various Twitter things. But every single time, I'll tell you a quick story. On WhatsApp, before the last time I saw you, but when I saw you, Al, on that, and I forget which game it was, for the Arsenal game.
Yeah.
At 11 or 12 o'clock that day, he and I had fallen out on a WhatsApp group about cryptocurrencies to the point where I left the group. 3 or 4 other people had left the group because of Stelios's commentary. I'd called him the C word, right? I was like, mate, you are a total fucking blah, blah, blah. Left the group. It's like, fuck him, fuck everybody, blah, 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 blah. I'm out, I'm done. I saw him in the number 8 bar 3-4 hours later. He was like,
I love you, man.
Sean? I was like, all right, bro, I love you, man. Face to face is always fun. Face to face is always fun. But digitally, he deserves everything he gets, and tonight he's going to get it from me. So make sure you send it to me. Make sure you send me that link, Ranjito. I need it.
I need it. I want it. He's getting it.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, I love you all. Thank you so much for stopping by at the Spurs Talk Show. Please like, share, and subscribe to this. Hit the notification bell, and also make sure you hit up on Tottenham on Tour, the 3 Spurs boys, Shelfside Spurs, Tottenham, Josh the Tottenham guy, and
Cooper Sexy.
He hasn't got a channel, and neither does.
Yeah.
So, is there anybody else? I don't think so. Ladies and gentlemen, love you. Thank you so much. See you again. Take care. And as always, guys, as always.
Come on, Spurs.
Tata.
Can't hear you,